Thank you, councillors. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies?
Mr Chair,
Landers.
I advise that Councillor Davis and Councillor Cunningham will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that Councillors Davis and Cunningham be granted leaves of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,701 first meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of February 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,701st meeting of Council held on the 21st of February 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we have a public participant today, Mr Peter Racy, who requested the opportunity to address the Chamber on the legacy of Expo 88. Thank you, Mr Racy. You can stand or sit depending on your preference, and your 5 minutes starts when the microphone's been turned on. Thank you.
Mr Chair, Lord Mayor, councillors, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging, plus my great uncle, Tom Racy, Alderman for Fortitude Valley during World War II and leader of the ALP opposition after World War II. As this is the first 5-year anniversary of Expo 88, since the passing of Sir Lou Edwards, I thought it worth acknowledging the legacy of Mr Expo himself. Nerves. My message is simple, but the setting more complex. In the legacy narrative of Brisbane, Anzac Day and Canon Garland's work in bringing that about, World War II and the work of Queensland-born and first American ambassador Richard Casey as he lobbied for Brisbane in 1941, the 1982 Commonwealth Games and the vision of Clem Jones, World Expo 88 and the extraordinary efforts of Sir Lou Edwards, the Goodwill Games and the G20. The 1982 Games delivered a world first when a mascot came alive and winked. An excellent partner to the very last Goodwill Games, we can claim host city of a Commonwealth, a Goodwill and an Olympic Games. It's gold, gold, gold for Brisbane. Looking to World Expo 88, it was, in actual fact, no such thing. It was a specialised expo called World Expo due to the cancelled plans of Paris and the 100th anniversary of the Eiffel Tower. To Sir Lou's great credit, we got a full-sized expo quota of visitors. Our legacy is important. We have great food, so does Melbourne. We have a great climate, almost year-round. So does Melbourne, about 4 times a day. Within half an hour's drive of Brisbane, you can be in the wilds of Mount Cootha. Within half a day's drive of Melbourne, you can be in the wilds of Ballarat. Many cities, as you've just seen, have access to marketable attractions. Melbourne's history and art screams at you from every corner. Brisbane needs to do the same, and that's where city assets like the World Expo 88 Art Trail, a Brisbane City Council attraction, Google it if you are not aware of it, needs to be not just maintained but loved and cared for and grown where feasible and possible. But no less so than our legacies from Anzac Day through to the G20. The custodian of these legacies are you, the councillors of the city. So as you focus your minds on the potential legacies of 2032, remember and use these legacy events to start up higher on the ladder of marketability. You will do the excellent work of Sir Lou Edwards a great service. So, in conclusion, let me touch on a couple of Expo 88 legacy facts that will surprise you. The old Victoria Bridge abutment was restored for Expo 88. It includes Daphne Mayo's first public commission. In Anzac Square is her most important work. In the Brisbane Exhibition and Convention Centre, there is to be found the G20 room, so named as President Obama was smitten by the Indigenous art collection on the walls. That collection was curated for and first displayed at World Expo 88. Nearby, the Marquetta Paradigm, made in 1988, standing at 1,988 millimetres tall, flags the Expo 88 collection in the John Oxley Library, which does run to several thousand pages of it. In Burke Park, a sculpture exists called The Rock. At Expo, it was located in front of the Australian Pavilion. It was meant to be red as in Uluru, but it was grey as in a mistake, a result of a cement truck hiccup. At the end of Expo 88, Sir Lou asked the sculptor what he would like done with the piece. "Bulldoze it into the river," came the reply. Now lastly, the only piece of Expo 88 still in exactly the same location, doing exactly the same function as 1988, is the World Expo 88 Rainforest Grove at Anzac Park. Canongala Overpass lands in the middle of it. The World War II related National Australia Remembers Freedom Wall overlooks the grove. In the Fern House, which is very close by, is a truly world-famous sculpture from Expo 88 called The Chair. So in closing, please utilise our legacies. Don't fall into the trap of being defeatist, negative or downcast. Sir Lou never was. He was open, goal-oriented and positive. And as a result, Brisbane in 1988 was the happiest place in the world, or it was until Expo closed. Thank you, Sir Lou.
Mr Racy, thank you. That's your 5 minutes. Councillor Adams, are you responding as Deputy Mayor?
I am indeed, and thank you, Mr Racy, I'll just call you Peter, for coming in this afternoon, because I know your passion on Expo 88 and the Commonwealth Games in 1982, and thank you for coming in and taking the time to address Council today. You've had an important role helping us through the Expo 88 commemorations we've had over the years, and it wasn't until I saw your name come up to speak today that I had forgotten. It was 35 years this year, which makes me feel extremely old, since Expo 88 was here in our city as well. And we've had many significant events, as you've mentioned, over the years since then, with Goodwill Games and G20. And legacy is a word that we've been hearing a lot about over the last couple of years. We've got our sights set on the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, and we've got an incredible opportunity to think about what those new legacies are going to be created for future generations for Brisbane as well. But legacy is not just about remembering events in the past, it's also about what is left behind after everything is said and done. And I think 35 years on, we are still learning about some of our legacies from Expo 88. South Bank is one of our most iconic precincts, and it changes and it grows, except for, as you mentioned, the Rainforest Garden, which is still there and looking very, very lush. And we'll continue to evolve through that and other parts of the city as we move on as well. I know one that is very close to your heart is the Human Factor series, some of Expo's most beloved attractions, and they have been reinstated after restoration to form some of our best public art trails as well, alongside some of the installations that you mentioned in your speech as well. We're really excited to see what's going to come out of the 2032 Games, and art and culture is going to remain a big focus for the legacy in our city as well. But looking forward at legacy, we also need to look at the long-lasting benefits that will help our city grow in the years to come as well. So there is going to be transformational change that will come from the Games, so fast-tracking major transport infrastructure, the renewal of our inner-city precincts, and of course the enormous economic benefits that we're going to get flowing into Brisbane and South East Queensland. So from tourism opportunities will grow, like Illumina, for the Story Bridge climbs, or even just talent attraction and retention to support businesses businesses in the years to come as well. So we have a great chance with just under 10 years until 2032 to turn all of these bold aspirations into reality and drive the economic outcome for the city and make sure we are a city and destination for the world stage. We kind of woke up in 1982. I remember it. I was very young, but my dad was on the committee, so it was very much a conversation piece in our family as well, and we have grown from that big country city, and we're looking forward to seeing what the next 10 years are going to be like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Racy, for coming in. Billy will show you out. Councillors, question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Atwood.
Thank you. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, applications for your Women in Business grant have now closed and assessments are now complete. Can you please update the Chamber on some of the successful candidates from this year's program, including how this grant program is helping female business owners get ahead?
Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atwood, and a really pertinent and timely question, and one that I know you care deeply about, and also this side of the chamber cares deeply about. Now, for the second year in a row, we have had the Lord Mayor's Women in Business grants. It was initially to be a one-off thing, but the response from the first round showed that it was just so important and valuable that we wanted to keep it going. We received an incredible level of interest this year, once again, and I can confirm that we were successful in awarding 52 grants in the latest round, and these are grants of up to $5,000 to women in business in Brisbane. Now, at the moment, we see that around 36% of businesses in Brisbane are led by women. Now, until that is equivalent with the number of women in our community, we've got work to do, and we want to see that number rise and grow. The good news is that COVID actually saw a big increase in the number of women going into business. Obviously, COVID changed a lot of things about the way that people work and live and their priorities and the way that they work in different ways, and one of those things was a big increase in the number of women starting their own businesses. This is great to see and is something that we want to support. And so until we have that level driven up to the 50% where it should be, we'll keep working to support women in business in our community. This initiative is in addition to the whole range of other items that we do to support small business in our community, whether it's the 7-day payments for small businesses that are contracting with council, whether it's the Brisbane Business Hub, our local buy policy, our business hotline, the Brisbane app, which is all about supporting Brisbane and Brisbane's business, our local business partnership initiative, suburban business hubs, business liaison officers, our small business roundtable, our village precinct projects, our business excellence workshop, the list goes on. We are absolutely dedicated to supporting local business. It was great to visit last week one of our grant recipients, the amazing Helen Bailey, who founded a company called Love Star. Love Star was a project that came out of effectively postnatal depression or postpartum depression, where Helen decided she would take her creativity and her passion for creating things and turn it into a business. And from that small start, she has grown it into this amazing business which continues to kick goals and now is selling her product all around the world. It's an online business. It started off with selling a few things in one of the local markets. It went online, and now the demand for her product exceeds the ability to supply those products. The great thing is the products are being manufactured right here in Northgate. So local manufacturing of these wonderful vases. And they're vases that come in the shape of many things. They're acrylic, and all of the work is done in the Northgate factory. Had the opportunity to visit that factory and see the creations being made. Some of the vases are in the shape of a love heart, hence Love Star. but there are also some other really unique vases, and you can see on the Lovestar website the opportunities there. Just one example of so many, and in fact 52 women achieving amazing things in business. One of the other grant recipients was Sarah Hamilton, who founded Be Yourself. Sarah quit her corporate job in 2013 to launch Be Yourself, a beekeeping and consulting business growing the presence of native stingless bees across the Australian East Coast. Now, we've all seen the massive growth in interest in native bees and people wanting to keep native bees, and Sarah is leading the way in that respect with a business that's related to setting up and keeping native bees. There are so many other examples that I can go to in the 52 grant recipients, but even beyond that, there are so many more that we're looking forward to supporting in the coming years. So with last year's grant recipients and this year's, we've already been able to support 100 women in business in their business endeavours. We're looking forward to growing that in the future and continuing this wonderful project ahead in the coming years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question's to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you have now been caught out spreading lies and misinformation regarding the genuine community campaign for the Stafford Bowls Club to remain publicly owned and accessible. There is even more mystery surrounding the deal to hand over the lease to the Brisbane Racing Club now, with their CEO claiming BRC have been a party to the original lease since 2019, which was news to everybody. Will you now apologise for your smears on community members and clean up this mess you created by starting this process again?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's only one person that needs to apologise, and it is the Leader of the Opposition, who continues week after week, day after day, to spread lies and mistruths about this matter. Now, let's go through the facts on this matter. There's a suggestion or a claim by Labor or opposition councillors that somehow it's unusual that a lease will be transferred from one party to another. This has happened more than 10 times since 2018. More than 10 times. It is a very common thing to happen. It's happened more than 10 times in recent years. And how many times has Labor raised concerns? Zero. Or if you count this one, this is the first. This is the first. This is a very ordinary thing to happen. It's happened multiple times, yet they have never raised concerns in the past. As I have pointed out in the past, what we've seen here is a competitive process was undertaken which awarded the lease originally to Crushers League Club, and in that competitive process we got the best possible outcome through that competitive process for the community. That same lease, with the same conditions and requirements, the same high level of investment, the same return to the community, was transferred from one party to another. Why? Because Crushers was unable to proceed with their arrangement that they had intended to proceed with. And so, through a competitive process, we got what was agreed to be the best outcome at the time. Labor voted for that lease. They were quite happy with the Crushers arrangement, yet an identical arrangement, they're suddenly trying to convince people that they're against. And actually, it's not quite identical. It's better than what Crushers have put forward. It is better. And so, a better arrangement still. Now, would you believe that time and time again, not only have we seen leases transferred as a very much a business as usual kind of procedure, but we have also seen time after time clubs that have poker machines supported not only by councillors in this chamber but by Labor councillors in this chamber. And just recently we saw in recent years one in Councillor Cassidy's own ward, in fact the Aspley Leagues Club, which is Callaghan Park, Zilmere Road, Zilmere. Councillor Cassidy was asked for his feedback on the renewal of this lease, noting that the lease included gaming machines, and Councillor Cassidy responded saying he supports the application and the renewal of the lease. So
Councillors, please.
The transfer is a common thing, happening more than 10 times in just the last few years. The renewal or the awarding of a lease to an organisation with poker machines is a common thing.
Councillor Johnston.
I just have some concerns about the Lord Mayor disclosing information provided by a councillor to council about a statutory process, and that being disclosed in here without the consent of the officers or the councillor involved. And I find that to be incredibly problematic. And Mr Chairman, I seek your advice on whether it is appropriate for the Lord Mayor to be disclosing that information without the consent of the parties involved.
Councillor Johnson, that is not a proper point of order. If you want to pursue that, I suggest you do so by other means.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, Councillor Johnson should brush up on what a public record is.
Yes, exactly right.
It's a public record. It's not a secret record, it's a public record here. And
Point
when
of
a
order,
councillor is
Mr.
asked whether they support something or not...
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
And I assume the Lord Mayor then has gone through the request process, the statutory right to information process, and has followed the statutory process set down in the City of Brisbane Act about the acquisition of information in this council.
Councillor Johnston, that is not a proper point of order.
I'm not the person who just disclosed something a councillor wrote to a council officer without getting their permission to release
Councillor
it.
Johnston, I refer you to my previous response to your earlier point of order. If you believe there are issues that have been raised by the Lord Mayor's response, you are entitled to raise them by other means.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just for those watching along, what's happening
Point
here
of order
is
to
someone's
you,
been
Councillor
caught
Cassidy.
out, and the Labor Defence
Lord
team
Mayor,
over here
point
is
of order,
speaking up.
Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, this question was about the Stafford Bowls Club, about the Lord Mayor's lies and his smears on members of the community. That's what this question is about, Chair. And I asked whether the Lord Mayor would apologise to those community members which he has lied about and which he has smeared, and if he will restart the process. He can say no, he doesn't want to restart the process if he wants.
You're now debating.
Councillor
Cassidy, please sit. You're now debating your point of order. Your point of order is not valid.
Councillor Cassidy was talking about apologies, and I was pointing out that the only person that should be apologising is him. And I was explaining exactly why that is. Now, apparently, when a councillor either supports or, I guess, objects or doesn't support a lease on a sports organisation or some kind of community organisation, Councillor Johnston wants all that to be kept secret. That's what we're hearing then. She wants councillors' views on things to be kept secret.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
But what we're seeing here is Councillor Cassidy being exposed in a hypocritical situation, a very hypocritical situation, where the two issues that have been raised repeatedly on this are the transfer of the lease and the poker machines. He's been caught out on both of them. Never had a concern about transfer of lease before, never had a concern about poker machines before, and suddenly he wants the community to believe that he is the white knight charging through and is red hot on this issue. The reality is this is a case of Councillor Cassidy misleading the community, and he should apologise.
Thank you. Your point of misrepresentation, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, the Lord Mayor stated that I believed that correspondence about leases should be kept a secret. That's not what I said. The Lord Mayor has misrepresented me because he has disclosed correspondence between two parties with whom he is not a party to that
Thank you,
disclosure, and he has not sought the official approval through the normal council processes to do so.
You've raised your point of misrepresentation. Further questions, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee, Councillor Adams. Deputy Mayor, last year the Schrinner Council sought feedback from residents about our Inner Spark project, an engagement piece on what locals would like to see Brisbane to look like in time for the Brisbane 2032 Games and beyond. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest in this project?
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton, and thank you for the question, because as we heard from Mr Racy, the excitement is building about thinking about our future of Brisbane and in particular the inner city, and in time for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, but also beyond, the 10 years now and the 10 years beyond. Just as we've heard how Expo 88 has transformed parts of our city forever, physically and culturally, we know that hosting the Games in 2032 is giving us an opportunity of a lifetime to reimagine and plan for the next evolution of Brisbane. And we are leading into one of the most important decades in our city's history. Unprecedented growth, which we've seen off the back of many-ish things over the last couple of years, but more than anything, unstoppable momentum as we go forward as well. And as it stands today, our inner city is home to almost a quarter of Brisbane residents and over 500,000 workers. And this is only going to intensify over the coming years, with more and more people choosing to live close to where they work, close to major public transport, and of course close to the action in 2032 as well. Our inner city precincts will play a critical role for ongoing job creation, economic growth and housing. Major projects like Brisbane Metro, Cross River Rail, our green bridges, they unlock an amazing range of possibilities for the way that people move around our city and how our city centre functions. We're already well on our way, but there's a lot of work to be done, and the Olympics is that vehicle to get the work done that needed to be done anyway. The enormity of the task is not lost on us, and that's why we started the conversation with Brisbane community last year to spark the biggest and brightest ideas for the future of our inner city. Many of you will remember the Ideas Fiesta that took place in 2013, probably less than I think really when I look around, Lord Mayor, but a huge success, bringing together thousands of people from across Brisbane in a creative conversation. And it was thoughts like, and big ideas like Hounsmith Wharves, Queen's Plaza, our Green Bridges programs that started in that conversation in 2013. And no doubt changing those ideas into reality helped us land the job of hosting the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. So last year we initiated the Inner Spark by putting a call out for big ideas from industry, design experts, universities to form a basis of a city-wide engagement program. So over a 6-month period last year, we held more than 30 workshops and community events. We spoke to close to 7,000 people face-to-face. We had a combined social media and website reach of more than 730,000 engagements, generated 2,000 unique ideas with 30,000 votes cast for the favourite idea. No ideas were off limits, big and small, and we heard them all. And while some of the ideas were perhaps a little out there and may not actually see the light of day, the important thing was about starting the conversation and starting to think about those possibilities, because all these ideas were captured through common themes and priorities for what people wanted to see for planning for the future in Brisbane. So, what did we hear? Residents told us they loved how green and clean our city is. They wanted to see us continue with greener streets and buildings getting closer to nature, more festivals, more cultural and sporting events. We heard that everybody is proud of our outdoor city with brilliant sunshine almost year-round, so creating a walkable city to get around with more access to the river was important to residents. Places that reflect and celebrate our First Nations culture. A greater promotion of Brisbane as a destination for tourism, business, education. More to see and do, and creating opportunities for business to thrive. All these ideas start to weave together and create a new strategy and framework for the inner city. Celebrating the things we love most about our city and focusing on our strengths to create a city that is alive with opportunities. I encourage everybody to get on the website and have a look at the big book of ideas. That's some of the biggest hits that we had. Again, some of them may not be delivered. Some of them have definitely started the conversation on how they could be delivered. I'm still not sure about the Olympic pool swimming up and down the river. You know, great idea. Or closing the Riverside Expressway to all traffic and making it a high line. But that's the type of thinking we're talking about. Big, bold, and how do we harness that into things that we can do to make sure everybody has their say as well. It's all about making the Brisbane of tomorrow even better than the Brisbane of today in 10 years' time and 10 years to come. I'm excited to share more of this with you when the strategy is finalised and we can work to making some of these ideas a reality. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sriranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. My question's to Councillor Allen, Chair of City Planning. Councillor Allen, in addition to being the LNP Councillor for Northgate Ward, you're the Chair of City Planning, holding significant influence over where new development occurs and what kinds of housing is constructed. So you have more power than almost anyone else in this city to help address the housing crisis. My question to you is, do you want housing costs in Brisbane to get cheaper? That is, do you want residential property prices to keep falling, and do you want rents in this city to fall?
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Sri for the question. You know, ultimately, housing prices in the city are a market function. Clearly, council's role in this particular instance is to ensure that we put the right housing in the right locations, that we provide latent supply, and that's done through city plan amendments, and also the work done in our development services team to approve applications as they come in. So,
point of order.
Let me answer the question. So what our role is to provide latent supply. How housing hits the market is a function of many factors, most of which we have no influence on. So,
point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sriranganathan.
The question was very straightforward. It was, does Councillor Allen want housing to get cheaper? It's not about what the council is doing or what the council can and can't do. Does he want housing to get cheaper?
Councillor Sriranganathan, your question was actually in two parts, with a preamble which talked about Councillor Allen's role as the City Planning Chair, as well as your question at the end of it. So the Chair is being relevant to the question.
It is important to put this in context. So we provide latent supply, and the objective of that is to put more supply in the market to ensure that there is housing available, different types of housing at different price points in the city. So what we're seeking to do is ensure that affordability is as good as it can be, to ensure that the types of product are in the right locations and that the product available is of a diverse nature, so that we have different price points for different people across the city. So certainly my objective is to try and ensure that housing in Brisbane is more affordable, that we have product around the city that's right for different residents. So in answer to Councillor Shree's question, what I want to see is better affordability across the city, that product is available, and if you can't interpret what I'm saying, that's your problem.
Point of order, please. Point of order to you, Councillor Sriranganathan.
I'm sorry, but the question was simply, does he want housing to get cheaper? That's a direct question, and I'd really like a direct yes or no.
I don't think the question's that simple.
Excuse me, I'll rule on that. I believe the Chair is being relevant to the question, Councillor Sriranganathan.
So certainly our objective is to make housing in the city more affordable. And ultimately, if we achieve that outcome, there will be improved pricing in different parts of the city. But at the end of the day, this is very much a market-driven issue. We don't hold all the levers here, but we're doing everything we can to make housing in the city more affordable. And it's up to Councillor Shree to interpret what I'm saying there. But ultimately, we want to make housing more affordable. We want to ensure that as many people as possible can get into a home, and that will continue to be our objective.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Chair of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Schrinner Council is proud to support Night Feast, a month-long celebration of food and art at the Brisbane Powerhouse. Can you please update the Chamber on this event, including how residents can make their way there?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair, and I thank Councillor Landers for the question and for her interest in the new and exciting activation that will give the residents of Brisbane and visitors so much more to see and do here in Brisbane. With such an exciting opportunity on offer for the residents of Brisbane, I would like to update the Chamber what culinary options will be on offer throughout the night feast, what sensory experiences residents can expect, and what the Schrinner Council is doing to maximise the activation of this amazing space. I know that the sensational Brisbane Powerhouse team have been firing on all cylinders in preparation for the inaugural Night Feast, which is set to bring the Brisbane Powerhouse and parts of New Farm Park alive throughout the month of March. Planned to be a vivid and vibrant combination of feasting and immersive public art, Night Feast will be an event unlike anything Brisbane has experienced before. Running from the 1st to the 26th of March, Night Feast will have many of Brisbane's best chefs rolling up their sleeves to showcase their signature dishes, with a range of delicious dishes on offer to suit all tastes and budgets. A lineup of more than 15 gourmet greats will be putting on their signature dishes throughout the month of March, including hatted chef Philip Johnson representing Eco Bistro, Lyndon Tyres from Donna Chang, and celebrated winemaker Dave Cush of City Winery. There will be many amazing dishes on offer throughout the night feast, and a sampling of what Brisbane residents can expect to be on offer include soy braised beef cheek, Asian herb salad and crispy shallots, scallop and prawn wontons with black vinegar and chilli, and buttermilk fried lobster and bug, apple and fennel slaw brioche served with Old Bay crisps. How good does that sound? Night feasts will also be including an open fire pit for roasting, a dedicated dessert bar, quality cocktails and an award-winning wine list, all designed for communal feasting and entertainment throughout the month. While the dishes alone are enough to make anyone's mouth water, they will be coupled with an immersive and outdoor neon noir environment that is set to completely transform the Brisbane powerhouse space. Yes, indeed, Councillor Murphy. A mesmerising site design imagined by Dark Mofo's Bruce McKinven will feature immersive installations, roaming performances and DJ sets. It's set to surprise and delight the senses, creating a transformative cultural experience for the residents of Brisbane. Enjoy the night feast. Entry to the night feast will be free for all residents to attend, and will also feature a range of sensory art activations for residents to enjoy in between the culinary experience. Some of what residents can also expect include the Brisbane Constellation, a series of immersive site-specific installations that transform spaces into fantasies of sound and light by internationally recognised and critically acclaimed Australian-based artist Robin Fox. Steamworks, which will consist of 4 large industrial fog generators activated twice daily, enveloping the space in thick, enveloping steam, generating a temporary illusion and evoking a bygone time. And the arcade, which will allow visitors to explore a forgotten den of gaming and sound and discover the gaming relics from decades past within. That's quite appropriate, I think, given some of our earlier discussions. Whilst there will be many culinary and sensory activations on offer throughout the night feast, the precinct will also be coming alive each night with a range of artistic performances scheduled throughout the event, including performances by artists such as Carla Newman, Mark Crotty, Nicole McKenna and Paris Irwin. While I don't have enough time to list every experience on offer throughout the night feast, I can assure the Chamber that today that the range of experiences on offer will mean that every visit to the precinct will be a unique one. To support the Brisbane powerhouse to the fullest extent and to ensure that as many residents can experience this free event, we are also taking steps to ensure that our transport network can be prepared to get as many persons to the event as possible. Beginning on the 1st of March and running until the final night on Sunday the 26th of March, Council will be operating free bus services to the powerhouse 5 nights a week on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday nights. The service will operate on a loop that will give patrons the opportunity to travel from the CBD to the powerhouse and then back to the CBD should it be required. The service is expected to begin before dusk at 4:30, with services running approximately every 20 minutes, with the last service running until about 9 p.m.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the LNP councillor for the Bracken Ridge ward, Councillor Sandy Landers, met with members from a local netball club and told them there is no funding available to expand council's netball courts at Fitzgibbon. Netball is a growing sport and clubs across the city are bursting at the seams. It's clear that there is money for a $400 million increase to inner-city projects like the Brisbane Metro, but not much for much-needed sporting facilities. Lord Mayor, why do you prioritise the inner-city over sporting infrastructure in Bracken Ridge?
Lord Mayor.
I don't. And once again, we see Councillor Cassidy telling porkies here, because if I was asked to believe Councillor Landers and Councillor Cassidy, who am I going to believe? Who's got the rap sheet as long as your arm? It's Councillor Cassidy. I believe Councillor Landers, who has confirmed just now, she said nothing of that kind. I would simply say we have a proud record of investing in the suburbs of Brisbane, which is why 86% of all budget funding goes to the suburbs. It's why we've invested in record amounts into upgrading parks and green space and sporting fields all across Brisbane. We will continue to do this. Bracken Ridge has had significant investment over the period of successive Lord Mayors, in fact, and we will continue to invest in the suburbs, and our record is very clear on this, but Councillor Cassidy's record on Porkies is very clear too. Thank you, Mr.
Any further questions? Councillor... sorry. Where am I? Councillor Hammond, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My question is to the Chair of Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, Stage 1, the Moggill Road corridor upgrade, has made significant progress since construction began. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest in this project, including any important updates for local residents?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you to Councillor Hammond for the question. The Moggill Road roundabout, or the Moggill Road corridor upgrade project, of which Stage 1 is the Indooroopilly roundabout removal, is moving along at a good pace. There has been a number of key milestones that have occurred in the recent past that indicate that things are coming along in that space. The conversion from the roundabout to the T intersection has improved safety already. Councillors may recall that that was actually one of the proposals, was the conversion to a T intersection before we decided to make it effectively a road open level crossing. The works there, from what you can see at the moment, that the creation of the T intersection as well as the road base is starting to appear out of the earth, which will be the approach to the new bridge that we're building, and the piling work has begun. So you can see in those instances there are a number of piles that have been dug. It'll be an in-place piling. There'll be concrete cast in a vertical manner to create this new bridge, which I can assure residents will not be pile driven, but rather cast in place, which I think will provide some reassurance for local residents. Now, just for context, I want to remind councillors that in the 3 years leading up to the commencement of the project, there were 18 hospitalisations as a result of collisions at this roundabout. Some people who are familiar with the roundabout believe that there was no concern and that it was fine the way it was. Well, I disagree. It is extremely unusual to have lanes come and go on a roundabout, to have a set of lights on a roundabout, and it's not acceptable to me to have that many hospitalisations as a result of collisions on a roundabout. I would also I note Councillor Adderman, his contribution a moment ago. His residents stand to benefit a great deal, and I know the big issue in the western suburbs is Moggill Road. And if you ask people how does Moggill Road improve, and how does traffic on there or reduction of traffic congestion improve their way of life? Now, I will say that the biggest issue in the Moggill Road corridor upgrade project is actually things that you cannot see, and that is one of the issues that we've been having. A huge amount of work occurs underground. So while we've been in the project, we've been engaging with a whole range of service providers, whether they be water, sewer, telecommunications, electricity, have all been involved in this project, as well as our own drainage teams, which are an internal group. Now, I actually was planning on making mention of this in my report later today, and so as a result I actually have some images which I'll table, which sort of show the kind of works that we're creating. So the old Optus pipes, these orange ones, and a brand new set of Telstra is set here, and that's a good example of the sort of work that's occurring underground and can't be seen. Another example of that sort of thing, I was privileged to have a tour of the drainage works at Moggill Road, at the Indooroopilly roundabout, and you can see that is yours truly, this figure here, and this is the drain that has been constructed as part of the project as well. And it's important to remember that this is actually a very important drainage way for that Indooroopilly community and that partial Taringa community there. So I just wanted to make mention of the size of the works that are occurring in that location, and one of the problems we're having is that you can't see them, and so people don't necessarily give you credit for the work, and the other thing is you don't necessarily get the cooperation you'd like from external service providers that you would wish to hit your own milestones. Can I thank our officers for their work in that place? And can I also make mention that starting at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, for a 36-hour period, maximum 36-hour period, we'll have to do water upgrades inside the roundabout area, which will reduce lanes on Moggill Road from 2 in each direction to 1 in each direction for that maximum 36-hour period. Now, the reason we have to, the communication of that has been made through the letterbox, through the internet, on the website and VMS boards. So we've made it clear, as I say, maximum 36-hour period. It is a necessary upgrade to the water system that will benefit residents in the long term. While they may not see it, it is important, and we are working to very strict timeframes. I apologise in advance for any inconvenience which is likely, and I thank residents for their patience.
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, do you lose sleep over the fact that on your watch 80,000 tonnes of organic waste goes into landfill each year, causing devastating emissions for the climate?
Lord Mayor.
What I really lose sleep about is Labor's plan to cut the weekly waste collection service, the red top bin, to fortnightly, because that will be a massive reduction, the biggest reduction we've seen in the history of the city in waste services. That is what I would lose sleep about, and I think if the residents of Brisbane knew Labor's secret plan, they would lose sleep about it as well, because we know that they care about these basic services, and people have a right to expect that their red top bin will be collected every week. Not every fortnight, every week. And particularly if you come from a larger household where just the size of the household and the number of people in it, whether it is a family group or whether it is a share house, the amount of waste generated might be low per person, but the number of people in that household adds that waste level up. And certainly they will be very concerned to know about Labor's plan to cut the red top bin collection to fortnightly. And I can tell you that whatever happens going forward, this is not part of our plan. This is not part of our plan. Our plan is to increase the alternative recycling opportunities available to people, as we're doing through our current green waste food recycling trial with 6,000 households. Our plan is to increase the amount of services available to people and increase the recycling of various kinds of resources, whether it's through the yellow top bin or the green top bin. That's our plan. Our plan is about increasing services and increasing opportunities to Brisbane residents, not reducing them like Labor wants to do.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
The Lord Mayor is required to answer the question. He has 5 minutes to do it. It was a very simple question, yes or no. Does he lose sleep over the fact that on his watch 80,000 tonnes of organic material is dumped in landfill?
The Lord Mayor has answered the question and he sat down. Councillor Adams.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the Transport Committee, Councillor Murphy. Last week we heard from the Lord Mayor about Council's rebuild and recovery efforts since the 2022 floods. Can you please update the Chamber on the latest milestone within the transport portfolio?
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you to Councillor Adams for the question. As this Chamber is well aware, this week marks 1 year since the devastating February flood, and last week we heard from the Lord Mayor some of the stats around the sheer volume of work that this council has undertaken over the past 12 months to restore our assets. That includes our transport network, Mr Chair. During the event, every single one of our 21 ferry terminals sustained some level of damage. We all know how strong the river currents were during the floods and just how much debris travelled down the river, including boats and pontoons. We've been hard at work for the last year to fix them. We've been undertaking some serious repairs, making sure our terminals can come back online as soon as possible. We were able to get our first ferry services back up and running within 3 months of the flood. 60% of the terminals were open by mid-May, and we've had 90% open since Christmas. And yesterday we reached an extremely exciting milestone. I'm pleased to report, Mr Chair, that every single one of our terminals has now been reopened and returned to service. The final 2 terminals, North Quay and Regatta, opened from the first service on Monday, which completed our ferry terminal recovery program. It's very exciting to see that residents and visitors can now travel the entire stretch of our river from North Shore Hamilton through to UQ St Lucia. It's also great news for commuters, as the reopening also means the return of the Western Express CityCat, which runs between West End and QUT, stopping at Guyot Park, Regatta and North Quay. It's been no small feat, I should say, Chair, to reach this milestone. We have to remember, in 2011, we lost 7 ferry terminals and it took years before they were fully rebuilt. This time around, our terminals fared much better, but it doesn't mean that the repairs were simple fixes. There were a number of moving parts, with many components needing fixing, from handrails, signage, cladding and fender piles to the gangways themselves. North Quay and Regatta were the most damaged terminals due to their location in the river. It's there that they faced the strongest currents and where they collected the most debris. And I'm sure we can all remember images of these terminals now 12 months on. That means that gangways for these terminals needed to be completely rebuilt, with the repair works being undertaken by a number of local marine specialists along with a suite of supporting trades. Chair, this was one of the worst floods Brisbane has ever experienced, but we are building back better as part of our rebuild and recovery efforts. Each of our flood-resilient terminals has been built back better, with specialist marine contractors altering the gangway release mechanisms so that they swing open sooner in the event of another flood. This work has lowered the water level at which the gangways open during future events by ½ a metre, which reduces the risk of damage. These flood-resilient ferry terminals are, of course, a world first, and we've learnt the valuable lessons from this last flood to improve their design even further, the result of 2011 and now 2022. Most importantly, I would like to thank the team who've been working hard to get our terminals and services back online as soon as possible. Of course, firstly, our wonderful workers, the workers who have been completing the repairs to our terminals, but also the team from River City Ferries who've been a great partner to Council during this process. I know that last year has been extremely hard work for our Council officers as well, but this is an achievement that the team should be very proud of, and one that I know Brisbane residents and all councillors in this chamber will be genuinely grateful for. I'd like to particularly thank Dean Morse and Adelaide Anderson and their respective teams from City Projects Office and TPO, who have led Council's coordination on the repairs. Sue Phillips and Vicky Hoskins and their colleagues in Transport for Brisbane, who've been ably supporting them and coordinating the return of services alongside River City Ferries. As soon as the floods hit, the cross-disciplinary flood recovery team assembled, and I cannot thank them enough for the work that they have done over the past few months. I also want to thank residents for the patience that they've shown while we worked through our flood repairs, and I'm looking forward to keeping the community updated on the progress of our next ferry terminal projects. Our whole network is now back, but that is just the beginning. Now we can return our focus, Chair, to our program of new and upgraded ferry terminals and our rollout of new double-decker CityCats. We know, Chair, that Brisbane residents love the brown snake, and we do too. We know that Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and his team are committed to growing and enhancing the ferry network. We have more next-generation CityCats coming. We have more terminals coming too. Off-site works are already underway for Dockside and Mowbray Park, and CityCat 28 will be delivered in a few months' time. Chair, this is a team
Murphy,
that loves our river and that will do everything we can do to continue supporting it.
Question time for today. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of 20 February, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 20th of February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 20 February 2023 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I refer the Lord Mayor to item B in the ENC report regarding stormwater drainage in Spring Hill. In paragraph 11 of that report, it states that Council conducted the Carroll Lane Spring Hill drainage investigation. Can the Lord Mayor please tell us the approximate date, month and year, if that's a possibility, of when that drainage investigation report was prepared?
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'm sure the Chair will answer Councillor Johnston's question. I don't have that information specifically to hand. Before I move to the items in front of us, we will just reflect for a moment on the lighting up of the assets, as I always do. Tonight, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in blue, pink, green and purple to support Rare Disease Day. Rare Disease Day is the globally coordinated movement for rare diseases working towards equity in social opportunity, healthcare and access to therapies for people living with rare diseases. Tomorrow night, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge, Tropical Dome and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in purple to support Make March Purple. Make March Purple is a nationwide campaign supported by epilepsy organisations across the country. Every 33 minutes, a person suffers an epileptic episode. On Thursday night, our assets will be lit up in red to support Eve of Red Bow Day. Muscular Dystrophy Queensland supports people living with muscle wasting conditions so that they can make the most of opportunities that are presented to them and also live the lives that they choose. On Friday night, all of our assets will be lit up in blue to support the 2023 World Hearing Day. Established in 1992, Hear and Say is a local Queensland charity and an expert in hearing technology and held annually on the 3rd of March each year. World Hearing Day raises awareness for people who are deaf or hard of hearing. On Saturday night, City Hall is hosting the Marist College Ashgrove Formal. A little bit early for a formal, but good on them. Obviously, they wanted to get in first. City Hall will be lit up in blue and yellow for this event, so good luck for the Marist College Ashgrove Formal. Marist. This Sunday is the Redcliffe Dolphins inaugural NRL match. This will be the first ever game as an NRL team playing at Suncorp Stadium. There they will...
Brisbane.
Sorry?
Redcliffe, not in Brisbane.
Well, you know,
just arrived.
I'm sure most of their good players come from Brisbane, Peter, but they'll also be paying tribute to the first ever Indigenous sports captain in Australia, Arthur Beetson, who was a Dolphins legend as well. I just wanted to mention that last Friday was the last day for one of our senior managers, Jeffrey Beck. Jeffrey Beck, who was the manager of Transport for Brisbane, had his last day with Council. Jeff first arrived in Council back in 2009 as the Executive Manager for Field Services, which is now City Standards. Shortly after, he became the Divisional Manager of Transport for Brisbane, a role which he held for 8 years until his someone wrote retirement. I know he's not retiring until he left Council to pursue other avenues. Jeff has worked with a number of transport chairs, including myself, the Deputy Mayor and also Councillor Murphy. And everyone who's worked with him unanimously says that he is an exceptional manager, very understated, is not the kind of person that would ever talk himself up, but someone that we should talk up because he did such a great job in that role, and someone who was also really well respected by the staff in Transport for Brisbane as well, someone who deeply cared for the staff and for the organisation. He's, during his time, had 2 bus network reviews, a ferry network review, the development of the Brisbane Metro project, the introduction of e-mobility to the city, as well as rolling out our electric bus trial as well. Jeff was formerly a military man, and his guidance and his approach to decision making was very methodical, as you would expect with someone of that pedigree. Council owes a great deal of gratitude to Jeff for his years of service, and we wish him well for the future, and hopefully we will see him around. And on a personal note as well, I've always thoroughly enjoyed working with Jeff. He is an exceptional manager and someone who can be relied upon absolutely. So thank you, Jeff, for your service to Council and to the people of Brisbane. Over the weekend, it's great to be joined by Councillor Hammond for the opening of the new field at the Brisbane North Hockey Centre in Chermside. This was a great milestone and once again an example of our investment in sporting facilities in the suburbs, where we're able to support that project through Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants, specifically the ones related to sports facility enhancements. It was a field that we had put $175,000 towards through that program, but also a field that through the good management of the club itself, they were able to make a significant and large contribution as well. And what we see is a win-win outcome. The field opened on the weekend with over 250 players from the under-18 girls Junior Wolf Cup, and they are potentially the players, or some of the players that we will see hopefully competing in the 2032 Olympics. And so facilities like this one at the Brisbane North Hockey Centre provide opportunity for the growth of talent, opportunity for clubs from all around, hockey clubs from all around Brisbane to come and play, and also the potential even to be training facilities in the lead up to the 2032 Olympics. So far, our Better Suburbs grant have supported over 160 different organisations. Items in front of us. Item A is the lease of council land to community organisations, and this is a type of submission that we see on a regular basis come through, where we're engaging in the process of lease renewals, usually for organisations that are on council land. And as we know, section 226 brackets 1 of the City of Brisbane regulation provides council some exceptions that can be applied to the disposal of interest in land other than by way of a tender or auction. And while it claims, it talks about the disposal of interest in land, this is not land that we're selling, this is land that we're leasing, usually at a community rate, for organisations such as sports clubs and community organisations. Some of the groups included in this exception package today include Ashgrove and the Gaps Men's Shed, Chermside Meals on Wheels, Oxley Bowls Club, the South Brisbane Sailing Club. There's a whole list of wonderful organisations in this package, and obviously, as always, I would appreciate councillors' support to proceed down those lease renewal processes on these for these organisations. Item B proposes the easement resumption for the Carroll Lane Drainage Project in Spring Hill. The existing stormwater system was constructed in the early 1900s, obviously one of the oldest networks in the city, and coupled with a lack of an overland flow path, this has created a situation where this site floods almost every time it rains as a result of overland flow and limits to the drainage and stormwater system. Our stormwater design standards have obviously improved and grown over the years, and they're certainly not the same standards as they were in the 1900s when the system was built. So the system no longer delivers the required level of service. Council is requiring an easement in its favour to carry out the construction of a new and improved drainage system that is fit for current conditions. The construction specifics include the construction of drainage through private property in Bowen Street and the construction of drainage within the road reserve of Carroll Lane. Appropriate compensation with the landowner is being negotiated concurrent with the resumption process. Item C relates to a volumetric lease for the Kangaroo Point Bridge. As part of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge project, we are excited about the opportunity to run a restaurant, or to offer a restaurant facility on the bridge itself, towards the Botanic Gardens side, and that's an elevated restaurant and bar which will sit above the bridge structure itself. The submission before us relates to a proposed lease of land offer which we would be engaging with the state government on. As councillors are aware, leases within the river itself, below the high water mark, are state government leases, and so the lease for this restaurant has to be, in the first instance, with the state government. Council applied to the Department of Resources to lease the land, which is effectively the air above the bridge.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
We have a motion for a movement of extension of time for the Lord Mayor, moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As I was saying, we approached the Department of Natural Resources to lease the section of the river that is required to facilitate this restaurant and bar, as technically it belongs to the Department of Resources. This application has been assessed and the state have offered council a 30-year lease for the volumetric title where the restaurant and bar will sit. Appropriate annual rent has also been attached to the lease agreement. Council is in the process of finding operators for both the cafe and the restaurant and bar when the bridge opens next year. So we're going through a process. That process is highly competitive. That process is being enabled by this lease from the state government. So the state government has said yes, happy to give you a lease for 30 years for this site in the first instance. They've asked for a dollar amount that we're to pay them. Obviously, we won't be granting a lease to anyone unless they pay rent to us so that we can compensate the state and have money left over that will help with the ongoing maintenance of the bridge and other things that will be required with this important new infrastructure. So they're the three items in front of us today, Mr Chair. Thank you.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on all of these items and just ask that item C be taken seriatim for voting today.
C seriatim, thank you.
Starting with item A, the lease of council land to community organisations. We support this item coming through council, as we do each and every time, because it's the mechanism and the process in which community organisations can seek to renew their leases, or a lease can be put out for a competitive tender process in which the right fit for the community can be found and brought back to council, and that's how it should be, of course. I didn't realise all of those emails, as we've discovered earlier, from councillors, whether they support, go straight to the Lord Mayor's office, of course, yeah. Interesting that that's how the process, yeah, perhaps they go straight to LNP headquarters. Yeah, the Lord Mayor just said he loves secrecy, okay, well that's interesting, yeah. So anyway, that's the way it should be, I guess, in that these leases all come to council every time that they are up for a significant lease, whether it's a 4-year lease or a 10-year lease or a 20 or a 30-year lease, so that the representatives of the community get to have their say on that. It is a shame that the LNP weren't so willing to follow that process when they did the deal to transfer the lease for the Stafford Bowls Club from the Crushers Leagues Club over to the Brisbane Racing Club. And as we discovered last week, apparently that process that did come to council back in 2019, the Brisbane Racing Club now claim they were party to that original lease in 2019, and they had some side deal with Crushers that at the 5-year mark, according to them, they were going to get the lease transferred to them, whether Crushers spent the money on the club or not. It's all very strange and very murky what's going on. Yeah, apparently, and as we know, LNP councillors had to excuse themselves from that vote late last year because they'd received benefits from the Brisbane Racing Club, so that's all very murky. Not this item, of course, before us today,
Mr. Chair.
This is how it should be done.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
We do exactly what we need to do legally, and that is imputing motive.
Councillor Cassidy, can I bring you back to the item before us, please, which does not relate to other club leases?
Who knows? Who knows? The points of order can, they're decided. They're different every week, as we discovered in this place here. Councillor Johnson, I'll take that interjection. This is the right process. What clause A, this formal process we're going through, this is what we should see. We shouldn't see members of the community being derided, being smeared, and being lied about in this place by the Lord Mayor and by Councillor Hammond. What we should see is a proper process going through. So we, of course, a transparent process. That's right, Councillor Strunk. We should see transparency and accountability. So that's why we support this item today, and that's why we don't support the Lord Mayor's and Councillor Hammond's actions when it comes to
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
The Bowls
Point
Club
of order.
Councillor Hammond is not in this report. I ask you, as you just did to him, to bring him back to the report. He's imputing motive on a lot of things. He's absolutely out of line.
Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Hammond is not mentioned in this report.
Moving on to, I know they don't like talking about
Point of order.
but there'll be plenty.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I am sorry. Is it now your ruling in this place, if a councillor is not mentioned in a report, that it is irrelevant to mention them? Are you saying to me that is your ruling?
My ruling, Councillor Johnston, thank you, is for councillors to be relevant to the report.
But you've just said publicly on the record that Councillor Hammond is not mentioned in the report and Councillor Cassidy shouldn't mention her. Now, is that the new rule here?
Oh, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Johnston, please sit.
I would like to know.
Councillor Johnston, the issue is relevance. I've asked Councillor Cassidy to be relevant to the report.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I was, of course, talking about community leases. The process in which has come before us today is the proper and right process. When you see sites that should be genuine community sites, whether it's the East Brisbane Bowls Club being bulldozed by this LNP administration, whether it's the Stafford Bowls Club being gifted to LNP donors, over Tarragindi, high rises of Tarragindi, that is not proper process. So what we're doing here is, what I'm saying is we're supporting this item. That's what the proper process. I'm in support of this. I'm in furious agreement with the LNP today on this item, not so much on what they have done in the suburbs right across Brisbane on community lease sites, including the Stafford Bowls Club, of course. Now, moving on to Clause B, the Spring Hill easement resumption for drainage before us today. We support this resumption. It's clear that a drainage project here is needed as a result of the natural flow of water being altered by a development. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? Now, we're seeing the natural flow of water being altered right across Brisbane because of the planning decisions of this LNP council. What we see in the suburbs of Brisbane is block after block being split up, filled with cheap fill, and rather than houses on stumps, of course, which can be a planning requirement of this LNP administration, intensifying suburban development without any drainage infrastructure upgrades. So, of course, there is a need. If we had a housing strategy, that kind of development might be informed by that, of course. There is a need for development around Brisbane in the right places to meet population demands and to take the pressure off increasing house and rent prices, of course. But when you see this is a real-life result of those decisions going wrong, in that those development decisions being made by this LNP administration causing damage to neighbours. And I've seen that in my community. I know other councillors see that developments being approved in areas that badly flooded just 12 months ago. It's happening imminently right now alongside the Brighton wetlands at McLean Street in Brighton. Like so many developments around Brisbane, a development that meets the standards and requirements of a developer and of the LNP's city plan and this LNP administration, but it doesn't meet the requirements of a community. The Lord Mayor falsely claimed, and he has continued to falsely claim, that this year is being $130 million being spent on drainage. But the vast majority of that work, as we know, was simply cleaning and reinstating damaged assets following the floods from last year. We know that the suburban drainage budget only increased by a measly $2 million in his last budget, which we know now has not kept up, doesn't even get spent. That doesn't even keep up with inflation. And most of those projects are never completed in the financial year, so are carried over, and then they fatten up the budget for the following year. But the result is the same for the community wherever you go around Brisbane. They're not getting their fair share for their rates increases. So we see this one in Spring Hill coming through council today. What we should be seeing each and every week are projects coming through council like this one in the suburbs of Brisbane. I guess, Spring Hill's about as suburban as the Lord Mayor will go. This is clearly a project that needs doing. But we shouldn't be seeing these projects coming through once in a blue moon. They should be coming through once a week. We do need to see rapid changes to city plan to ensure development does not adversely affect neighbouring properties. This is happening far too often under the LNP. It's clear that the Lord Mayor is more interested in his inner city vanity projects than basic drainage works in the suburbs. Item C, the Kangaroo Point Greenbridge restaurant. The ENC report, as we know, and the minutes of the ENC meetings are the record of this Lord Mayor and this LNP administration's priorities for the suburbs of Brisbane. It shows us the work that he and his so-called civic cabinet do each and every week. His priority clearly this week is a restaurant. It's not the housing strategy he promised in 2019, it's not waste reduction or climate proofing Brisbane, it's a restaurant. Now, last year he told us that he had to find savings in the budget to fund flood recovery work. He cut suburban projects, he cut active transport projects in the suburbs to fund that work. He said the North Brisbane Bikeway, for example, had to be cut to fund the clean-up of bikeways. The Lord Mayor said that was the only way that he could fund flood recovery. But while he was doing this, we know he was full steam ahead on planning the fancy ratepayer-funded restaurant on the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Now, the bridge, of course, serves a purpose to give people a way to get in and out of the city that isn't a car. It doesn't need a restaurant on it. That's a political decision that this LNP administration have made, which comes at a cost, and that cost is to the ratepayers of Brisbane. The cost of the rent that we'll have to pay to the state government has to be taken into account. The cost of the building of this restaurant and designing a bridge to have a fancy restaurant on it all comes at the cost of the ratepayers of Brisbane. So why did this LNP mayor decide to build a fancy restaurant on this bridge? Well, the project team conceded a few weeks ago that it would make it harder for people who are cycling and scooting and walking to get across the bridge. But that, of course, that restaurant, of course, was more important to the Lord Mayor than suburban cycling infrastructure. We know why. It's because he cares more about publicity, he cares more about shiny inner-city projects than he does about getting the basics right in the suburbs of Brisbane. We have been on the record for a long time supporting the Kangaroo Point Bridge, but we don't support the use of ratepayers' money to be used to build a restaurant that someone else, a private operator, can make a very handsome profit out of. That shouldn't be the priority of this Lord Mayor when there are so many other things that need doing in this city.
Thank you. Further speakers. Councillor Mackay.
Mr Chair, I rise to speak on item B, the proposed resumption of an easement for the Carroll Lane Spring Hill Relief Drainage Project. Spring Hill is one of Brisbane's oldest suburbs and home to many of Brisbane's most notable historic buildings. Unfortunately, the same could be said of much of its pipe network. A good amount of the existing stormwater system dates back to the early 1900s, when an understanding of overland flow hydrology was lacking. And, of course, with a prime location at the edge of the CBD, development in the suburb has far exceeded what the early stormwater network was built to handle. As a general rule, Spring Hill does not experience river or creek flooding, but due to its topography, it is prone to overland flow events brought on by subtropical rainstorms, particularly during the summer months. We know that improvements on the land have resulted in a blocked overland flow path from Bowen Street to Carroll Street. In severe rainstorm events, this has caused neighbouring buildings to experience flooding, particularly at 70 Bowen Street. That's why we're undertaking works to upgrade the network to ensure it has the capacity appropriate for the built environment in the area and it's consistent with modern design standards. The item before us authorises the resumption of an easement for drainage purposes running underneath 98 Bowen Street, Spring Hill, in order to divert stormwater away from a blocked overland flow path. Following reports of flooding to the buildings situated at 70 Bowen Street, Spring Hill, Council commissioned a study of the existing stormwater drainage network in the locality. The Carroll Lane Spring Hill Drainage Investigation Report, dated 19 June 2015, identified that the flooding was caused by a combination of insufficient pipe and inlet capacity and a lack of alternative overland flow paths to cater for the excess flow during major storm events. The landowner has been consulted and is supportive of the resumption. This is a volumetric easement, meaning it will run underground and will not impact existing improvements on land. Works on the drainage upgrade are scheduled to commence in the 2023-24 budget year and will complement ongoing upgrades to historic systems in the area at Boundary Street, Brunswick Street and Wickham Street. I commend this item to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on all three items, and to start with the community leases motion. I'm going to be abstaining on this motion. I do want to be clear that I'm very supportive of most of these leases going through. The one I wanted to speak to is the APSL, Australian Pensioners and Superannuants lease on the community facility in Boundary Street in West End. And I want to be very clear, and I don't want to be misquoted as saying that I'm opposed to APSL having a presence on the site. But I do want to draw, through you, Chair, the Mayor's attention and Councillor Howard's attention to the fact that serious consideration must be given towards rethinking the terms of this lease and giving the Pensioners and Superannuants League some certainty about their future, because in the local government infrastructure plan, Council clearly identifies that this site is to be demolished and amalgamated with the neighbouring West End Library site to create a larger multi-purpose community centre. That's in the LGIP for the next couple of years. Council itself has clearly indicated that it wants to redevelop this site. So in that context, I don't think it would be responsible for the Council to proceed with locking in a longer term lease to the APSL without clearly indicating what the future of the site is and negotiating a more flexible arrangement where they can occupy the site until it's time to redevelop, and then new arrangements can be made for them to find another home. My view is that if the site is redeveloped as a multi-purpose community facility, perhaps APSL could continue to have an office space on the site and shared use of other meeting rooms and a hall facility, etc. But I don't think long-term it makes sense for APSL to be the sole custodian of a large and redeveloped site on Boundary Street in the middle of West End. I've heard from quite a few residents who've said that they think that the current Kurilpa Hall is a little bit underutilised, and I've talked to APSL about that, and I think they're aware of the concerns as well. But right now, the Pensioners and Superannuants League is looking at spending around $70,000 on a new kitchen on that site. And through you, Chair, to Councillor Howard, if the APSL is proposing to spend $70,000 building a new kitchen on the site, but the council is planning to demolish that building and redevelop the site within a year or two, I think it would be irresponsible of the council to support that kitchen redevelopment and say the pensioners, sure, you guys fundraise, go spend your $70,000 rebuilding this kitchen, but in a year or two we're planning to demolish this site. I don't think that would be responsible for this council to do. So while I can see that it's time to renegotiate the lease and that there's a process to enable those lease negotiations to happen, and that's why this motion's coming before the chamber today, I really want to put on Councillor Howard's radar in particular that it does not make sense to renegotiate another standard 4-year lease for this site. We need a more flexible arrangement that clearly contemplates how APSL will be accommodated and supported through the transition as this site is redeveloped. I remain disappointed that the council administration hasn't delivered the upgrade to West End Library and a new community centre sooner. We've seen an extra 10,000 people move into the suburb of West End. That's 10,000 people, and we still don't have a public toilet in the library. It's pretty comical. Kurilpa Hall is underutilised and no longer fit for purpose to cater for the needs of this growing community. So we do need that redevelopment of a larger community facility to happen soon. It's a similar problem across the city. Yes. But this one's been in the LGIP for years, and it was meant to be completed, I think, originally by 2025, and then it got pushed back again in the LGIP. So time's ticking, Lord Mayor. Don't just sign up the pensioners for another long-term lease when they might be about to get kicked out, is the message from my community. Turning to item 2 and the Spring Hill drainage project, I just wanted to say for the record that this highlights how poorly Brisbane City Council is doing at assessing development applications. We have situations where developers come to council and say, yeah, approve us for this new development. Here's our stormwater management plan. Here's our engineering sign-off saying that this isn't going to have a negative flood impact on neighbouring properties. And yet, by council's own admission, their systems here and processes have failed. They have failed to ensure that this development would not negatively impact surrounding properties in terms of overland stormwater flow. They have failed to properly and diligently assess the development applications and the supporting documentation that the developers provided. And now, as a result, there are such severe flooding issues that the council is having to scramble to deliver upgraded drainage works. Some of the commentary in the chamber made it sound like, oh, this is a routine thing and it was overdue for an upgrade anyway. And no one's disputing that the Spring Hill drainage network is very old. But the reason this is happening is because council messed up. The council development and assessment team stuffed up by approving a development that was going to have negative impacts in terms of overland flow paths and stormwater flooding. So, sure, by all means, fix it up now, but I really think it's the developers who should be paying this. The infrastructure charges that that are collected from developers for these kinds of projects don't come anywhere near covering the true full cost of new infrastructure. And I think it is a rort, and I think that developers are profiting significantly off the back of the ratepayers in this city, where developers pocket all the profits. They deliver shonky buildings that have a negative impact on issues like neighbourhood flooding, and then it's the general public who has to pick up the cost of retroactively correcting those issues and mistakes. So I'm pretty disappointed, but not at all surprised to see the way this one's been handled, and I think this council needs to be much more diligent in future about scrutinising and assessing the application documents that developers provide, and not taking it for granted that just because some engineer signed off and said it would be fine, that we accept that. This isn't necessarily a problem of the LNP specifically. This is a problem of the way our development and assessment processes work. It's a problem of the culture within council's development assessment teams, where they just naively believe whatever the developers tell them. So that really needs to change. We need to have a deeper look at how these developments are being assessed so that this kind of problem doesn't continually re-emerge. Finally, turning to the third item, the Kangaroo Point bridge lease and the restaurant, etc., etc. The first point I want to make is I think it's utterly ridiculous that this is commercial in confidence. Yes. What we have here is the council leasing some property, or I guess a volumetric subdivision, but the council is leasing real estate off the state government. Yeah. State government is a public entity. The council is also a public entity. I don't understand why the value of the lease, the rent, needs to be commercial in confidence. There's no obvious reason to me why that has to be a secret, and why councillors in this chamber are prevented from disclosing that figure publicly. I would hope and assume that it's the state government that's insisting on those terms rather than the council, and I would like if the Lord Mayor can comment on that in his concluding remarks to clarify which party is insisting that this rent figure be commercial in confidence, because I don't think it's appropriate at all that the general public are being kept in the dark and that the council is keeping secrets from the people of Brisbane about what local and state government are up to. If this was an agreement with a private entity, I can understand. I'd still be dubious, but I can understand the arguments for these rental figures being kept commercially in confidence. But there is no solid public interest in keeping these rent figures secret when it's a lease between the council and the state government. I think in the interests of transparency and accountability, it's important that this kind of information is publicly available. And on that basis alone, I'm pretty concerned about this particular motion. It's hard for me to decide whether this is a good deal or an acceptable arrangement, because we don't know exactly how much rent the council is planning to get from leasing out the restaurant site to a private entity. I've been on the record repeatedly saying I didn't think this restaurant was needed, and later, once the council locked it in and said it's definitely going ahead, I said that it should be made available to a non-profit, or at the very least a social enterprise, rather than a private for-profit entity. I don't want to see a pig and whistle built on the bridge, but based on this administration's track record, that's the sort of thing that I wouldn't put past them. I also just need to say for the record, I was a little disappointed in Councillor Murphy and how he handled this one, because when this proposal was first mooted, I said very clearly, look, if you're going to spend millions of dollars chucking a restaurant on top of the bridge, at least make sure there's a public toilet to facilitate public use of the bridge as well. And Councillor Murphy was in this chamber, he's like, yeah, don't worry, of course you'll have a public toilet. I'm not going to quibble over that. And he was very like, trust us on this, it's fine, Jono. And then we later looked at the designs and found out, oh no, even the toilet that council is spending a lot of money building on the bridge is only going to be available to the patrons of the luxury restaurant. So even on that simple basis, the people of Brisbane just want more public toilets in the inner city, and the council couldn't even deliver that. So I don't think the restaurant was a good idea, and I don't have enough information to decide whether I should support this lease or not, because there's too much information that's been kept from us.
Ranganathan, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item C, the Kangaroo Point Greenbridge project volumetric lease. Look, as I've said before, the Kangaroo Point Greenbridge will deliver a destination to Brisbane residents and visitors. The bridge is now under construction and is expected to be completed by 2024. This destination will not only provide a massive improvement in active transport for our city, but it will also significantly reduce the amount of time that Kangaroo Point residents and those in Brisbane's eastern and southeastern suburbs will take to travel into Brisbane's CBD. The primary beneficiary of this project is definitely Councillor Shree's residents, but also a significant advantage to Councillor Howard's residents, but there will be broader effects felt all around the city. It'll also take the dining scene here in Brisbane to new heights, quite literally. As part of the construction, the bridge will have 2 food and beverage opportunities, a city landing cafe, for which the land has already been secured, and the elevated restaurant and bar, which is the submission we're considering today. The aim of these opportunities is to enhance the experience of the bridge and to promote the venue as a new tourist destination. While this will facilitate the planned economic growth of the city, while also enhancing views of the river and the surrounding landscape out to Kangaroo Point. The elevated restaurant and bar will sit above water on the bridge span, just on top of Pier 2, close to the CBD side of the bridge. Brisbane River is actually, many people might not know this, but the Brisbane River is actually owned by the state government, and the state of Queensland, represented by the Department of Resources, has it listed as unallocated state land. So to secure the tenure for the allotment above the Brisbane River, Council had to put in an application with the Department of Resources to lease a volumetric allotment above the river. The volumetric lease over that part of the river will accommodate the entire elevated restaurant and bar within the bridge structure. The Department of Resources has offered Council a 30-year lease on the facility. Council will pay an annual rent, to them being 6% of the assessed value of the volumetric lease as set out in the offer, and Council is also to pay the first year's rental plus an administrative fee up front. This proposed volumetric lease footprint area is approximately 383 square metres with a volume of approximately 2,400 cubic metres. Council is currently preparing a lease plan for the area and is in the process of finalising tenders for the commercial opportunities on the site. Accepting the lease from the Department of Resources will allow Council to progress tenders and to allow us to then select an operator for the elevated restaurant and bar facility. This is the necessary prerequisite to us finalising that restaurant tender, is essentially what I'm saying. Mr Chair, this will provide bridge users, workers and residents, as well as visitors to our city, an additional place to enjoy outstanding views of the Brisbane River, the CBD, the Story Bridge and the Kangaroo Point Cliffs. And we have to remember, primary purpose of this bridge is obviously not a restaurant. It is a connection that has been talked about for our city since the late 1800s, and it is this council, this administration, this Lord Mayor that will deliver it. But we have had some councillors who have made some criticisms of this bridge, and I just wanted to address them. Firstly, Councillor Cassidy, he called this a fancy ratepayer-funded restaurant. And, you know, Chair, it's that kind of low bandwidth thinking which is why they are on that side of the chamber, Chair. Again, always talking down retail opportunities, talking down food and beverage opportunities in our city. Chair, this restaurant will generate significant revenue for our city. It will generate revenue that will allow us to help maintain the bridge in operation. This is a bridge that will be a 150-year asset to our city. This is a restaurant, a lease area that will be a 150-year asset to our city. So it's important that we have something there in order to be able to help fund the bridge operations.
Point of order to you, Councillor Ranganathan.
Will Councillor Murphy tell us how much, or we don't know yet?
I'll get to him, Chair. I'll get to him. So,
So there is that. But the reality is we're not doing this for the revenue. We're doing this because this will be an iconic destination for our city. It will be something that people will talk about, something that people will want to visit. It will be a place, a space in its own right. And it reminded me a lot of Labor's position on Howard Smith Wharves, Chair, when we're talking about this, an iconic dining destination to our city, this administration taking some risks, creating a space that people would enjoy. And what did they do? They opposed it. They opposed it here in this chamber. They opposed Howard Smith Wharves at the state government level. And who do you see down there all the time, dining, stuffing their faces full of food, at Greca, having a beautiful time at Howard Smith Wharves? Well, I haven't seen any councillors on the other side of the chamber been down there, but I see state ministers down there all the time, Chair. So happy to oppose it, happy to let us take the risk, but and you know what, I guarantee to you, Councillor Cassidy, they'll be the first ones lining up to get into the Kangaroo Point Greenbridge restaurant. Have you heard about this new place that's there? Yeah, it's above the water, it's really cool. I think the council had something to do with it. Look, we are never out there just trying to claim the credit for these things, Chair. You don't often hear us in this chamber talk about Howard Smith Wharves and how we created that space and allowed the private sector to flourish there, but it is one of the things on this side of the chamber that we are most proud about. We do that work quietly, we don't ask for a lot of credit, but we just want occasionally, when people criticise us for taking these risks, for them to acknowledge that when we have taken these risks in the past, they have paid off for our city. The other thing I will just mention, Councillor Sri, he said some things about commercial in confidence, and I understand what he's saying in a way, in a sense. This is a deal on this site between the state government and council. And I've said in this place before, this is Brisbane City Council, it's not the CIA. We don't have any secrets here. But where we do have to keep... where we do have to... Thanks for Lord Mayor, I'll take the interjection. But where we do have to keep things commercial in confidence is where it poses a financial risk to this council, and every councillor in this place, including you, Councillor Sri, signed up to protect the reputation of this council, to not do anything that would damage or harm this council, would bring material harm to this council, and releasing commercial in confidence information can sometimes do that. Now, in terms of the specifics of this one, I can only divine that it's a state requirement that this is commercial in confidence because it's the state that issues these leases. I would have no problem putting that out there. However, I would suspect that our rent that we will levy on the restaurant operator will be somewhat of a component of that. Will have the base rent that we pay to the state government in it. So we wouldn't want that to be out there because that would hurt council's material position. So look, these are sort of dense legal issues. I'm happy to get you an answer from City Legal if you'd like that, Councillor Sri. But we do have to remember that this state government is the most secretive state government in history. We don't know the costs on Cross River Rail. That is subject to special legislation. It's excluded from the cabinet process. They have locked that up. So, we've been really open, honest and transparent about the costs that we're facing on some of our major projects. And the state government with Cross River Rail have locked it up. They've locked it up and they've thrown away the key. They've made sure no one knows. So my commitment to you, Councillor Sri, is if you want to write to the state government and say, hey, I'd like to tell everyone the small amount of money that the state government is charging council for this facility, and they're happy to release it, I'd be happy to release it too. So I'll leave my comments at that, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on items B and C. Firstly, just some brief comments on the Kangaroo Point Greenbridge project. I want to start by saying I support the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. I think we should have more bridges in Brisbane. I think we should have more for cars, bikes, and certainly for people. And I think that a pedestrian bridge in this location is going to provide an enormous amount of connectivity between the north side and the south side in connecting a very big residential population more directly with the city. So I do think the bridge is a great idea. I absolutely and fundamentally do not support this administration commercialising the pedestrian and cycling bridge for their mates. That's true. And that is what is going on here. That is what is going on here. There will be leases for commercial and retail businesses offered on this site, and that is going to impact on the safety and the functionality of the bridge and its purpose, which is to carry pedestrians and cyclists. Now we know when this happens, when the LNP has done this in other places, that the pathways for residents get narrowed. And I was here when the Howard Smith Wharves debate happened, and that was the issue I raised at that time, more than a decade ago at this point, was the loss of pedestrian and cycling functionality for people who use that path for recreation purposes or functional purposes. Now that has proved to be true and then some. I'm not a regular down at Howard Smith Wharves, but I was actually there last weekend.
Come on, councillors, please.
I was actually there last weekend, and I noticed how difficult the environment is in managing the volume of people, the cars, the e-scooters, the bikes. It is extremely congested and it is extremely unsafe. Now, I do not want to see that kind of result happen here with the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. And it is problematic, in my view, that this administration want to let commercial businesses establish on the bridge. Those commercial businesses will need to be serviced with deliveries, with maintenance, with repairs, with functional services, sewerage, lighting, all these things. Are permits going to be issued for these vehicles to drive on the bridge? Are permits going to be given for people to park their cars on the bridge at the back of the restaurant to unload and load? When are they going to drive off? Is it going to be before 6 in the morning and after midnight? Are there going to be any restrictions? This administration hasn't even thought of this. They will just give the operator of this premises carte blanche to do what they want. And I do not support the inclusion of retail and commercial premises on the bridge. It is a mistake and I don't support it. I do support the bridge. I just want to comment briefly on item B, because this is an extraordinary issue, and I did ask some questions about this earlier, because the council files that have been presented to us today do not include any reports about the investigation that was undertaken. What strikes me is this exact problem happens every month in my ward, every single month. There is a problem with a private property stormwater issue that is impacting on other private properties, and council refuses, point blank, refuses to fund improvements to fix those problems, refuses to do it. I've got one with a very elderly couple, a World War II veteran at Corinda. Council refuses to do anything. There are others all over my ward where this exact problem happens, including one of the most controversial current ones in Hyde Road, Yeronga, where this council knows that a stormwater drainage channel was illegally filled, but refuses to take action against the developer that did it, refuses to do that, but then refuses to force the owner of that land now, that the problem is very clear and having direct impacts on others, refuses to get the owner to fix that waterway corridor. And guess what? In 2001, 22 years ago, council did an investigation into the inadequacy of stormwater drainage in Yeronga West and identified that the pipe network was not suitable and big enough to meet the purposes. Are we seeing this council invest in rectification of inadequate stormwater drainage caused by the inaction of a particular owner and developer many years ago? Are they asking them to fix the problem they created? No. Is this council investing in the upgrades that they are doing in an LNP ward? No, they are not. So the question becomes here, why is this LNP administration investing in stormwater drainage on private property at 98 Bowen Street, Spring Hill? Why is it investing in private property stormwater drainage in this instance? Because I can't think of another time when council's done this. It certainly refuses in my ward over and over and over again. It's refusing currently at 133 Hyde Road, Yeronga. Council won't fix the problem. Council knows there's a problem. Council stuffed up and didn't check that the pipes that were going in were the right pipes. And then when residents and I complained that there'd been illegal fill, council did nothing about it and still won't do anything about it. Yet here, there's a Rolls-Royce run in Spring Hill for the LNP. Well, belly up to the table, and that's great that these people in Spring Hill can get their stormwater fixed because of a private property development problem, and in places in other parts of this city, council will not take action to either seek rectification from a poor development, to seek rectification from illegal filling, or in what they're doing here, a privileged outcome, a special outcome for the LNP that they are not prepared to deliver in other parts of the city. Now, the Lord Mayor knows exactly what I'm talking about because these people are coming to him as well as me and have been doing so for years. So here's my questions about this, because there is not a jot of paperwork on the file about this. Not one piece of information. How many homes are being flooded by this problem? Is it through habitable areas in people's homes, or is it through their yards and their garages? When was the relevant DA at 98 Bowen Street, Spring Hill approved? What action has council taken with the owner of or the body corporate of 98 Bowen Street, Spring Hill, to seek rectification of the problem on private property? If council has taken some action to seek rectification by the owner of the property, through a show cause notice or through discussions, what did council require in terms of action? And was that action followed through and checked that it was done properly? If this relates to an inadequate DA approval from X number of years ago, what internally is being done to make sure that it does not happen again? If council has taken no action with the private property owner to seek rectification of this problem, or require them to take action, or simply to say to them it is a civil matter, why did it not take those steps?
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Mr Chair. At this time, I rise to speak on one of the leases in Clause A.
Councillor Strunk, your mic's on.
Thank you. The actual organisation itself is within my ward, but the site that they're seeking to renew their lease is in the Jamboree ward. Anyways, the Queensland Lions Football Club, which probably a lot of people in the room have heard about, the Lion, which is the big club itself, is probably been around. Well, put it this way, Soccer, of course, kicked off with the Dutch club back about 70 years ago. They just actually had their anniversary, and that was the germination of this particular club that the Dutch club actually facilitated some years after they were established. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the interjection. Anyways, this lease has come up over Dara, and this club that actually is seeking to renew, of course, is also has a lease at CJ Greenfield as well. And they're seeking more and more field space, of course, to grow the soccer within the area, within the area. Anyways, they have many hundreds of kids that they can't actually facilitate who would like to play the game locally, and so they've also been pursuing a master plan with council officers to establish 2 more fields, potentially 3, up Pine Road, which is just east of the clubhouse. The master plan also will include a boutique stadium, right, as well as a high-rise residential accommodation for people visiting the area, whether they be from the industrial estate, which is connected to or in Richlands, of course, or visiting teams as well. The master plan is will, as I say, they want to establish some fields with a small clubhouse further east of the club itself, and I've sat down with the board on a couple of occasions, and they were just to seek my views on how that could proceed. But recently I had a briefing from one of the council officers, and they were very impressed with the presentation. And I'm sure that it will, if it goes ahead, will be conditioned. But I just want to put on the record my support for this particular club. And what they've been able to do. They're well managed, well funded, and are well connected to the community, which is so important. And they've been going a long time. They've got a track record which is probably second to none in a lot of respects, especially in this sport. Also, I want to say that if they do actually achieve their goal about developing the other sites east of the clubhouse, I hope this council will look at a good long-term lease for that space. They're willing to step up their own money to develop the fields, to develop the clubhouse, and any other infrastructure that is required, whether it be change rooms as well. So I just, as to say, I think I don't know how far along they are with with council officers in this particular development. Most of the development, the expensive part of the development will actually happen in their own precinct. But I just hope that every consideration is given to this club, who is one of our premier clubs within my ward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
I'd just like to move that all items are taken seriatim for voting, please.
All items seriatim for voting, sure. Are there any other speakers? No other speakers? Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's been an interesting session, an interesting discussion. We have discovered that not only does we read in the paper in the last couple of days that the Greens party at the state level wants to form government with a Labor government in the state parliament. And we know that's a desire shared on this level by the Labor Party and the Greens in council, where they want to form an administration together. And what we've seen here is Labor pinching Greens policies when it comes to the use of public land and public facilities. Now, we know that the Greens are against things like cafes and restaurants or anything that they see as commercialisation of a public place. But now we've seen the Labor Party is also against that, apparently. And we've seen them oppose the proposed restaurant, cafe and bar on the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Now, look, they're entitled to have that view, but as Councillor Murphy has already pointed out, they've got form with this sort of thing, where they were against Brisbane's most popular lifestyle precinct, Howard Smith Wharves. They opposed it. They played political games with it, yet everyone loves it now. Everyone loves it. It's seen as the destination to go to. And we're going to see, I think, history repeating itself. But I think we should dwell for a moment on this question of what Labor and the Greens see as, they clearly see it as an inappropriate use of a public piece of land or a public facility. So where do you draw the line then? Is it okay to get a cup of coffee in a local
park? Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Is it okay to get a cup of coffee in a local park? Is it okay to have a cafe in a local park? Is it okay to have a coffee cart in a local park? Is it okay to have a farmer's market in a local park? Because all of these things are commercialisation of public land. But guess what? All of these things have massive demand from the community. All of these things are things that the community supports and wants to see happen. They want these options. They want these destinations. And guess what? It provides a source of income to the council, which helps keep rates lower. If we didn't have these sources of income, rates would be higher. Now, we know that the Greens' answer to every single question is put up rates and taxes. That's their answer to everything. Tax more, higher rates, and in fact, I will remind councillors that when we introduced the additional charges for Airbnb, Councillor Sri got up and said it should be even higher.
Point of order, Chair.
It should be 500%, not 50%.
Councillor
Sri Ranganathan, if you please.
Councillor Sri Ranganathan said that we weren't taxing people enough and that it should be much higher. And so we know that that's Green policy. Green policy is higher taxes, higher rates. No one would be surprised with that, but we see the Labor-Green alliance coming together and their positions merging into one. And so I would ask, is it okay to get a cup of coffee in a park or on a bridge? So, for example, Labor says no, there shouldn't be a cafe or a restaurant or a bar on a bridge. Okay, well, if this is Labor Party policy, how do you explain the fact that just around the river there's a bridge owned by the state government where you can get a cup of coffee on it? Oh, it's a little coffee cart. Oh, it's a little coffee cart. No.
Councillors, please.
It's still commercialisation of a public asset.
Councillors, Councillor Murphy.
Okay.
Point of order for you, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Claim to be misrepresented. Okay.
Okay. So Councillor Cassidy saying that Labor sort of, their approach is it's a little coffee cart, so it's okay. Okay. Well, okay. Let's have a look at the suburb of Kangaroo Point itself.
Councillor Murphy, please.
Do you remember? Does anyone remember there used to be an old TAFE on the top of Kangaroo Point Cliffs? Who owned that site? State Labor government. Who put a restaurant and bar on the top of the Kangaroo Point Cliffs? It was the state Labor government. A restaurant and bar, exactly the same thing that we are talking about here. The Labor state government put it on top of the Kangaroo Point Cliffs. Oh, well, it's just a little coffee cart. No, it's not a little coffee cart. It's a restaurant and bar. But if you really want to see hypocrisy in action, and we've seen a lot of it today, what is the largest privatisation of public space in the state's history? It's called Queen's Wharf, Brisbane. And I can tell you, it's not just a little coffee cart. 50 restaurants and bars on public land. And as recently as yesterday, the state Labor government was claiming the credit for it and trumpeting that project. the Deputy Premier himself. And so, well, what's my point? What's my point? My point is you oppose a restaurant and a bar on the Kangaroo Point Bridge because we're doing it, yet it is totally okay for the state Labor government to put 50 restaurants and bars in a casino on public land. Does anyone see a bit of an inconsistency in approach here? So the reality is, once again, we see Labor playing politics with an issue simply because we're doing it, yet they're quite happy to accept something like that on steroids if their own mates up in George Street are doing it. Look, I'm happy for them to oppose the cafe and the restaurant and the bar on the Kangaroo Point Bridge because I'm looking forward to seeing them eating their words. I'm looking forward to seeing this being one of the top most visited cafes and restaurants and bars in Brisbane when this bridge opens, and I'm looking forward to seeing so many wonderful visitors to Brisbane in the lead up to the Olympics enjoying that experience of sitting on an active travel piece of infrastructure and enjoying the ambience and watching all the cyclists and pedestrians and scooter users go whizzing by past there, and then using the separated path to get to the restaurant and bar. I think it'll be a fantastic asset for our city. And what's more, the income that will come in, as I said, will provide a useful source of revenue which can be used not only to maintain the bridge but also for other purposes that will benefit the people of Brisbane. So yes, the lines are drawn. Labor and the Greens are against the restaurant and bar on the Kangaroo Point Bridge. We have noted your opposition. We look forward to you eating your words.
Thank you. Claims of misrepresentation. First, Councillor Cassidy.
Sorry, you go.
Thanks very much, Chair. Lord Mayor misrepresented what I said about his priorities. The point I made was that at a time of a housing crisis, where we don't have a housing strategy from this Lord Mayor,
allow to be heard in silence, please.
In terms of flood recovery work, where he cut bikeway projects to fund that work, he continues to prioritise this restaurant on the bridge. That's the point I made, and he represented me.
Thank you. Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. There are a few interrelated points of misrepresentation. I do just want to state very clearly that there is a big difference between spending millions of dollars building a restaurant to lease out versus letting someone have a coffee cart in a park. And I want to state clearly I have concerns about the former in this particular instance, but not concerns about the latter. I also just want to clarify that I may well eat or drink at this restaurant in future, and that doesn't mean I think it's a good idea. So I just want to I just don't want to be misquoted.
I think you made your point.
I don't want to be misquoted or misrepresented down the track. I think there is a space for some commercial activity in public spaces, but there is a distinct...
Councillor Sri Ranganathan, you've made your point in response to the claim of misrepresentation. Thank you.
I didn't finish, but...
Oh, well, I think you've said enough. Thank you. These items are now seriatim for voting, items A, B and C. Move to the vote on item A first. All in favour of item A, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division
called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Billy, close it up. Thank you. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour, 0 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Councillors, please resume your seats. The vote now is for item B. Item B, all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Division?
Division.
Division called by, sorry, I didn't see who by, the Lord Mayor? No. Oh, sorry. Councillor Murphy, and seconded by...
Seconded.
Okay. It was called by Councillor Sri Ranganathan and seconded by Councillor Murphy. Thank you. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 24 in favour, 0 against and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Councillors, please proceed towards your seats while we put to the vote item C. All in favour of item C, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Thank you. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ooh. One more back. Okay. Billy, please close the bars. Thanks. Ashley, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 5 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you. Declare that one carried. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion for a break for afternoon tea, moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Deputy Mayor, Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 21st of February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 21 February 2023 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This morning we heard about the Women in Business grants that the Lord Mayor spoke about today and all the fantastic opportunities there are in the Business Hub. But again, I want to remind everybody that they're there for all of your small businesses or independent operators who want that support going in trying to start, grow or expand their business. Coming up this week is the Winning Government Business, the $18 billion opportunity. So I don't have it here, but my guess is it's going to be run by GovReady. They do an amazing job in supporting businesses to be ready for government tenders, and that is being held on Tuesday, the 7th of March, next Tuesday, 9:30am to 11am. We've had some great feedback recently, solving the people gap, train, engage, retain and perform. Apparently David was an engaging and excellent speaker who provided a new perspective that I think has been overlooked by a lot of companies. CCIQ released their latest Pulse report findings, and a lot of the people that visited found it very interesting and useful. Somebody saying it was their first Pulse survey and they thanked them for sharing it as well, and found the talk really informative and the audience was really engaged on a conversation about sustainability for Queensland business. So there's a lot of mentor sessions still going on as well, so make sure you let your businesses know. The Flourishing Doc helps organisations and individuals understand what humans need to flourish so they can realise their potential and create a reality that they're happy with. If somebody needs that mentoring, the mentee request for transformation and growth. So Simone has provided some great insights into opportunities to expand the market share as a global speaker. It's going from strength to strength, and I have to say that the BETA team are doing a wonderful job. Last week's presentation was something else that the BETA team have been doing in the business growth, trade and growth, and that is MedTech Aggregator. So the MedTech Accelerator program was launched 6 months ago to help MedTech sector in Brisbane. We understand that MedTech companies in Brisbane are quickly gaining global traction as one of the great health and tech hubs of the world. Our health sector is one of the leading contributors to the city's growth trajectory, with an economic impact of more than $6 billion a year and supports around 115,000 jobs. Our international partners have been telling us the innovation coming out of Brisbane is of a remarkable standard, with the potential to make a major impact globally. And the aim of the Accelerator program was to do exactly that: build the capabilities of local companies and help take these innovations to global markets and capital investors. The cohort this year was made up of 10 very talented medtech companies based in Brisbane, and most of which are small to medium. The programs included a range of workshops, roundtables, networking opportunities, culminating in a business mission to participate in the Innovators Pitch Challenge as part of the JP Morgan Health Week in San Francisco. That Health Week is one of the most competitive investor environments in the world. 50 international businesses took part in the challenge, and we are thrilled when there was a peer competition for the best in show that we finished in the top 4. First, third and highly commended. Now, I heard quietly that we should have got second as well, but they thought it was a bit much to give us first, second and third. So not only were we recognised as the most successful group that was there, many of them have now walked away with investment deals on the table. So it's a very exciting time in our Brisbane MedTech story. BETA have done a fantastic job in bringing this sector together as part of the Accelerator program. Well, congratulations to all the businesses involved in the program, particularly to those winners: Field Orthopaedics, Max Kelson and Microbio. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? No further debate. We put this report to the vote. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by a chorus. I'll go with Councillor Huang, that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 21st of February 2023 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Mr Chair, last week's presentation at the Transport Committee meeting was about safer paths to school. I know this program has been really popular with councillors and the community since it began in 2019. So quite a young program, but quite a popular one. This program aims to build and upgrade footpaths around schools to allow students, parents, carers and teachers to travel on a network of safe and connected footpaths around what are very, very busy trip generators across our city. Since it started, the program has delivered 15 kilometres of new and wider footpaths. The total distance of footpaths built by the Safer Paths to School program in the last financial year was 4.2 kilometres worth of footpaths delivered. In the 2022 calendar year alone, the project delivered 19 projects supporting active travel to and from 18 schools in Brisbane. Of those 18 schools, Mr Chair, 12 are participants in the Active School Travel program, Council's award-winning behaviour change program that encourages the community to leave their car at home and actively travel to school. Community participation and engagement are the heart of the Safer Paths to School program. This is because potential locations for new or wider footpaths are identified through a range of ways. Customer and councillor requests directly to council, parent and student surveys, which many times will come out of the Active School Travel program, and school traffic management plans. The footpaths built and upgraded can fulfil a range of functions, such as closing a gap in the footpath network around the school, extending the drop-off and pick-up areas, and linking currently available paths to the closest safe crossing area. One of the greatest functions of the program was fulfilled in 2022. Mr Chair, we built a footpath around Mansfield State High School, which allowed a child with impaired mobility to reach the school independently and actively, which was a great outcome. We're very pleased to tell that story, Chair, an example of how this program can literally change people's lives. Safer Paths to School is a significant initiative of the Trinity Council in supporting active travel to and from schools and reducing congestion around school zones. In 2023, Council will continue to deliver Safer Paths to School across Brisbane and will identify and assess a number of new locations to be included. Mr Chair, the committee also considered a response to a petition requesting an upgraded walking and cycling link across Loder Creek and Loder. These petitioners are concerned with regular saltwater inundation of the causeway over Loder Creek. The area of the Loder Creek boardwalk has quite a complex environment, including tidal environment and ecologically significant vegetation. The petitioners also requested an alternative off-road walking and cycling connection between Thornside and Loder. Building this alternative would require significant detailed planning and feasibility investigations due to the environmental considerations. We acknowledge that petitioners have raised valid concerns, and I can assure them we're committed to delivering more active transport networks and improving the resilience of the network that we do have. Council will capital list the petitioner's requests for future budgetary consideration. The local council, Peter Cumming, has been consulted and sadly didn't support the committee's recommendation. I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Is there further debate? Councillor Cumming.
Thank you. In relation to this matter, firstly, the Safer Paths to School. There's been a number of schools in the Winter Manly area actively involved with the school's program, and they haven't scored one square metre of footpath. So you know, it's obviously I'm interested to know the basis on which they're handed out, because they haven't done any benefit to the Winter Manly schools in Winter Manly. Secondly, in relation to item B, the petition, this is a significant section of footway, of bike path. And the problem with it's a ridiculous situation, really. About 15 times a month, when the tide gets above a certain level, it doesn't have to be a massive king tide or a tidal surge or anything out there in the bay. The water comes out over the footpath, and it starts at about 20 centimetres over, and it goes up to 50 centimetres over on a regular basis. And so people coming along on their bikes, and suddenly there's water ahead of them, and it's all right for these cyclists with the lightweight, expensive bikes, and they can lift them up over their head and carry them through the salty water, because that's what they need to do, because they don't want to get salty water all over their expensive bikes. But it's not very good for people with heavier bikes, leisure riders. It's not very good for people with scooters, and it's absolutely hopeless for poor people coming along in their wheelchairs or their motorised wheelchairs. They can't get through there at all. So if the tide's up, forget about that bike path. Forget about the water. It's not only doubles as a pedestrian access as well. So it's a very poor facility, and yet it's part of the Moreton Bay Cycleway, which, you know, the famous Redcliffe to Redlands cycleway, which is otherwise got some very good aspects to it, but this one, it's a shocker. The problem for the, as I said, is it's the other users of the other thing. Sorry, I forgot. Sorry, one of the other things that there's a problem with is the fact that once the water gets beyond a certain depth, there's a real risk. The causeway, which gets flooded all the time, I'd call it a causeway. It's a concreted area. It's quite a drop from the edge of the concreted area down to the bottom of the creek, the mud flats, as it were, next door. And there's a real risk of anyone stepping over the edge and twisting their ankle or otherwise suffering injury as well. So it's a very unsatisfactory situation. The response that's put through the chamber is that it's actually a fairly brutal response. It's not even promising that it'll be listed. It's saying it'll cost a lot of money to do any planning for this sort of project, and given that the costs that's involved, council's not going to do anything at all about it. So the petitioners suggested an alternative response parallel to the railway line between Loder and Thornside in the Redlands. because this is where this cycleway goes to, into the Redlands area, and that's not considered satisfactory by council either, so they're not going to do any money on any design for that project either. In other words, so they put up 2 projects and you're not going to get either of them. Now this is, as I said, this is a really busy area. I'd like council to do a count of the number of people that use the cycleway. It's not very well designed as well. It's a wooden structure to start with, and it's notorious for getting rotten boards in it after a certain period of time, and that needs replacing on a regular basis. The angles that the path's designed at are quite sharp, so it's not really good for cyclists either. And it's just, as I said, it's a very inadequate facility. It needs to be put on the list to have some serious money spent to get the project done and to benefit everyone who uses it. As I said, large numbers of cyclists and large numbers of pedestrians as well. So this is not a satisfactory response. That's why I didn't support it in committee, and I call on council to get serious and improve this area of bikeway and pedestrian access.
Thank you. Further debate. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak about item A today, our Safer Paths for School. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank our incredible officers from our Safer Paths to School team. Yesterday, work started in Zaheel Street in Carina to construct a new footpath connecting Carina State School to the Clem Jones Centre, a very busy sporting precinct where Carina State School students walk every day for their swimming lessons. There was a footpath on the other side of the road to the Clem Jones, but it was really narrow, it was steep, and it also had no proper connection from the southern to the northern side where the students had to go. So we really needed one on the northern section. The new footpath, though, was no easy feat. We had to move a fence. We also had to realign the boundary as well. But that is exactly what Ben Clayton and his team from the Safer Paths to School team did this financial year. They worked really closely with the Clem Jones Centre to make those realignments, to make enough room to build the new footpath, providing a much safer options for students to walk to and from school, and also for the students to get down for their swimming lessons. I have no doubt that students will also feel more comfortable walking to the Clem Jones before and after school for their sporting activities, as now they'll be able to cross at the lights and walk safely to the Clem Jones Centre. I've also spoken to Steve from the Clem Jones Welfare Association a number of times, and he has nothing but praise for Ben and his team. He said that they have been amazing to work with, so thank you, Ben. So from everyone in the Doughboy and Chandler wards, thank you to our Safer Paths to School team for the incredible work you do for our communities.
Thank you. Any further debate? Point of order to you, Councillor Cumming. Could you put your microphone on, please?
Could item B be dealt with seriatim for voting purposes?
The seriatim for voting? Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further debate? Councillor Murphy, do you want to round up?
Yes, thanks very much, Chair, and I thank councillors for their contribution on this debate. In terms of Councillor Atwood, I very much appreciate the project, having been the local councillor in a past life myself. Zale Street is definitely in line for that upgrade, and I know how much those school students will have appreciated that upgrade. So fantastic that you could work closely with your community to deliver that project, Councillor Atwood. In terms of Councillor Cumming, Chair, well, look, it's a shame, I think, that just a few weeks' time the Labor opposition will be losing, one of their most talented and colourful, experienced team members. It will be a shame, I think, to see Councillor Cumming go, and I do think that his contribution on the Loader Boardwalk project will probably be seen, years after he's gone from this place as one of his magnum opuses, because he said to our officers in an email when it came to making a recommendation on this report, he said, and I quote, "Council should never have built a cycle track that went underwater every time there is a high tide." And you know what, Mr Chair, Councillor Cumming has a point. He has a point there. So who would have constructed this bikeway that goes underwater all the time? No, look, I thought it's got to be us. So I did a little bit of research. I had a look at the aerial imagery, and would you believe that the Loader Creek Boardwalk was built in 2000 and 2001? And do you know who was in charge of this council at the time that was built, Mr. Chair? It was a Labor Party. So this boardwalk that goes underwater is a famous legacy project of Lord Mayor Jim Sawley, who I understand likes to spend a bit of his time on the Wynnum foreshore, doing all sorts of different things. I don't know if Lord Mayor Jim gets any spare time these days to inspect his handiwork, but make no mistake, this boardwalk is yet another failed infrastructure project delivered by that Lord Mayor, poorly planned, poorly executed. It reminds me of the Coronation Drive tidal flow system, which was so bad that years later we were still dealing with the issues from his time in office. And frankly, this boardwalk is just another legacy issue that this council will have to clean up and deal with. And, Chair, it is just so ironic that this project was delivered as part of a council that Councillor Cumming was an administration member of. Look, the fact that they delivered this project is one thing. The fact that they can't remember that they delivered it is another. And then they try to blame the Shrinner Council for the problems we are still dealing with years later. I think that is Councillor Cumming. It's too good, it's too rich, and I thank you for your contribution on this item, and we will miss you dearly.
Thank you. We now move to the vote on this report. Item A first. Item A in the Transport Committee report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Item B in the Transport Committee report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cumming and Councillor Cook. Sorry. Yes. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. And ring the bells. All right. Thanks, Billy. Close the bars. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr. Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour, 6 against and 1 abstention.
Item B is carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, returning to your seats. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee report, please.
I move that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 21st of February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 February 2023 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Very briefly, Mr Chair, I just wanted to speak to the presentation we had on the southwest Brisbane road upgrades. We hear a lot about Bracken Ridge Ward. We hear a lot about Rochedale Priestdale, what happens in the southeast suburbs. We hear a lot about a range of projects, but I want to make sure that this council knew that we care about all the compass points of the city. In particular, I want to make mention I've got two committee members who are clearly southwesterners, the councillor for Jamboree, the councillor for Forest Lake. The councillor for Moorooka may wish to count himself that way, so I wanted to make sure that we addressed committee members' projects and priorities. I know that I have personally attended 2 light switching ons with Councillor Hutton, and so I just wanted to make mention that this is a council committed to all the compass points here in the city, and this was a presentation providing evidence of that. There are 2 petitions presented which were supported by the committee and the local councillor. I look forward to further contributions.
Thank you. Is there further debate? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And whilst Councillor Wines just shared that we do love hearing about Bracken Ridge Ward, I was very excited to hear this presentation on the South West Corridor. Over the last 18 months, Council has delivered 4 major upgrades, which I wish to speak about today. The first being Industrial and Campbell Avenue upgrade in Wacol. Now this Wacol area, the location where this industrialist is in, the location where this upgrade is happening is located within our industrial estate. So there's very heavy vehicle movements through this corridor. Now this was a black spot funded program which replaced the priority controlled intersection with a give way sign, which had a give way sign through to Campbell Avenue. It then replaced it with a roundabout. Over the previous couple of years, there had been 15 accidents that had occurred in this area, and mostly that was due to people not giving way on Campbell Avenue and failing to give way to those users on Industrial Avenue. The improvements included establishing obviously the roundabout and upgrades to footpaths and ramps. Since the completion of this road upgrade, benefits have included safety improvements for all road users and has obviously decreased the vehicle speeds and movements around this intersection. We have heard from local businesses that has been a huge improvement to their access and ability to use that area, so that's fantastic. Now further down this corridor, we have seen an upgrade of Boundary Road and Formation Street in Wacol, which again was a black spot funded program. This section improvement at this site included widening the roundabout centre island to increase the turning movement for vehicles entering the roundabout and reducing the speeds through the intersection. The larger centre island has improved the visibility of approaching traffic and provided awareness for vehicles in the priority. The upgrade has improved safety for all users, and local businesses like Easter Transport have also been shouting from the rooftops at the investment that we have made here. It has made it a lot easier for their drivers to get home sooner and safer. The Monia Road and Bellwood Street upgrade in Darra was jointly funded by Council and the Australian Government Roads to Recovery program. Monia Road provides an east-west connection between Centenary Highway and Oxley Road. It takes almost 12,000 vehicles per day. Prior to the upgrade, I personally had witnessed 4 accidents at this intersection, so the installation of these traffic lights was a welcomed investment by my entire community. I'd like to put on record also my appreciation to Councillor Wines and the entire team who navigated the construction of this intersection during the February floods. The final project I wanted to highlight was the Boundary Road and Skepper Street upgrade in Ellen Grove. The road improvements included signalised intersection to control the right turn, as well as the provision for pedestrian movements. The intersection is at the very edge of our city, with the Ipswich boundary merely metres away from these signals. This area is both residential and industrial, so the investment in this location had been welcomed by many, with the high number of crashes with motorists turning from Skepper Street into Boundary Road. In June 2022, as Councillor Wines shared, it was wonderful to join the team to officially turn on the lights at this intersection, a huge win for the local community. Finally, I want to put on record my appreciation to the team behind each of these projects. We truly appreciate the work that you do bringing these projects to life, whether it be developing the designs, seeking project funding or preparing the communications plan. We truly appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just very quickly, in summary and response, the projects not listed that were presented, but not listed by Councillor Hutton were, of course, Rosemary Street and Biota Street, Inala, and Forest Lake Boulevard and Rudyard Street, Forest Lake. Now, also, Councillor Hutton made mention of black spot funding. I thought it was important that all councillors just get a bit more information about black spot funding. When we make a submission to the federal government requesting support for these projects, it has a number of criteria. The 2 big ones are of which it must be less than $2 million in cost and no accounting variations can allow for that, must be less than $2 million at the point of submission, and also the project must be delivered within 12 months. So they're the 2. If people are wondering what it is that defines that project from others, they are the 2 features of it. So can I thank Councillor Hutton for her comments? Can I also thank the officers who have built these intersections, who've upgraded these intersections, and their ongoing commitment to having a safe and efficient road network.
Thank you, councillors. We now move to the vote on the Infrastructure Committee report, items A, B and C. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Allen, City Planning and Suburban Committee renewal report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Hammond that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 February 2023 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item A was a committee presentation on an approved development at 157 Leichhardt Street in Spring Hill in Councillor Howard's ward. The approved development at 157 Leichhardt Street is conveniently located in close proximity to Central Station and Roma Street Parklands, with Suncorp Stadium 6 minutes away by car and Howard Smith Wharves and Fortitude Valley Station a 15-minute walk away, so very well located. The site covers 1,447 square metres and is zoned Principal Centre, City Centre and Mixed Use City Centre. The well thought out and high quality design has achieved an outcome that's certainly consistent with the buildings that breathe guidelines that Council is pursuing. The approved development will provide more housing opportunities in Brisbane, with a 25-storey tower consisting of 84 two-bedroom dwellings and 24 three-bedroom dwellings. The architectural excellence is certainly obvious in this building and, as I noted, is consistent with the outcomes we're seeking in our subtropical climate. There's 62 square metres of private open space and 928 square metres of communal open space, which is well above acceptable performance outcomes. Although the site is in close proximity to public transport and the CBD, the development includes 129 resident parking spaces and 17 visitor parking spaces. A highlight of the site is the resident access to nearby cycle paths, and accordingly we've got 108 spaces for resident bicycles and 32 visitor bicycle spaces. The approved development will create employment opportunities during construction and ongoing employment with the inclusion of an 85 square metre commercial space. With the future in mind, the approved development at Leichhardt Street has been designed to account for future road widening, providing a pedestrian awning and access points, and the Leichhardt Street verge is to be upgraded to provide a practical and visually pleasing subtropical environment. The site will provide safe, convenient and accessible on-site parking that does not adversely impact on the quality and amenity of the adjoining streetscape, public space or residence. Council has provided the development at Leichhardt Street has approved the development at Leichhardt Street and certainly encourages investment in this area, as it not only provides much needed housing in the city but also provides support for employment opportunities. The particular development in question is responsive to the site's shape, its topography and its location. Importantly, the site will provide for additional housing in the city. It's certainly a site that is in close proximity to the CBD and would obviously be of appeal to people who work in the CBD and the service industries around the CBD. And it's certainly consistent with the Shrinner Council's desire to provide for additional housing while also protecting the amenity of our suburbs. And I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? No further debate? Sorry, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Yeah, just really quickly on this item. The concern I have with a lot of these DAs is whether they represent good value for the people of Brisbane when the applicants are seeking performance outcomes which allow them to concentrate significantly greater density on a site than they would otherwise be allowed. I have said many times in this chamber that if applicants are seeking performance outcomes that allow smaller setbacks or less deep planting or other changes that increase the building footprint, that they should be giving something back to the community in return, whether that's public housing or public parkland or other community facilities. I'm not convinced that the benefits to the broader community in terms of public facilities or public housing justify the performance solutions that the applicant's seeking. There's, I think we can all agree that we want to see more housing and densification in the inner city, but handing over millions of dollars worth of additional real estate value to private developers without securing some public housing or community facilities in return, I think is a bit of a mistake and a missed opportunity. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? Councillor Allen, summing up. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Councillor Mackay, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report, please.
Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting held on Tuesday 21 February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Mackay and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 February 2023 be adopted. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. Last week's committee presentation was on healthy habitat, healthy city. Brisbane is Australia's most biodiverse capital city and is home to more than 2,500 species of unique fauna and flora, including koalas, kangaroos, banksias and eucalypts. Because of our geographical location, Brisbane is home to both temperate and subtropical ecosystems. These ecosystems are made up of open forest, freshwater and estuarine wetlands, mudflats and mangroves. Importantly, there are legal mechanisms by which this unique biodiversity is protected. Maintaining the health of our local ecosystems depends on a partnership between all levels of government and the community. Native species are protected by a raft of legislation, regulation and agreements. We in Council address key threats to species by protecting habitat corridors in accordance with City Plan and our own corporate rules and policies. We research and monitor our species through our Land for Wildlife program and raise community awareness with our wildlife conservation partnerships and our creek catchment program that helps protect and restore our creeks and catchments. Mr Chair, we also had one petition concerning a blocked overland flow path at Royal Terrace and Joint Street, Hamilton. Earlier, the Council for Tennyson asked about the DA at 98 Bowen Street, and I'm told the building is about 100 years old. I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Thank you. Is there any further debate? No further debate? And now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Marx, City Standards Committee report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded, Mr Chair.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 February 2023 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. Our bushland reserves are one of the city's greatest assets. So the presentation from last week was on the Caring for Our Bushland Reserves program. This program is a way that council officers can have presence in our reserves and to help engage with users of the parks to drive long-term behavioural change. The presentation reported that 88 patrols have been conducted in the following council reserves: Seven Hills Bushland Reserve, Seven Hills, Pooh Corner Wakehole, Ross Road Park, Upper Kedron, Sparks Hill Reserve, Stafford, Chermside Hills Reserve, McDowell, Milne Hill Reserve, Chermside West, Mount Cootha Reserve, Mount Cootha, Whites Hill Reserve, Camp Hill, Toohey Forest Park, Nathan, and the Karawatha Forest Park in Karawatha and Prout Road, Burbank. So this program was targeting dogs that are off-leash, unauthorised bike track construction, illegal dumping and littering, and off-road cycling out of the designated areas. We always send a material out to residents who live near council reserves, reminding them of their responsibilities.
Point of order to you, Councillor Sriranganathan.
Will Councillor Marx just take a quick question?
Councillor Marx, will you take a question?
Thanks.
Okay.
Just at number 7 of the report, it says there's currently voluntary compliance is at 83%. Does that mean like 83% compliance with dog on leash rules, or what is the
overall? So of all the interactions that council officers had with a resident on any particular matter, there was 88% compliance immediately. So example, if they had a dog off leash, they will put it on the leash. If they had been spotted throwing down rubbish on the ground, they would pick it up. That kind of something like that, but it's not broken down into specific illegal activities. Council officers do partner with QPS in some instances, and this has proven to be effective in identifying and responding to illegal activities in council reserves. Now, there were 6 questions taken on notice from this presentation and one from GB. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, and we had planned to answer them today, but we had such an amazing presentation from one of our office managers, Sam, regarding the new street wall art. We actually didn't even have time to get to the questions on notice, so all those answers have been emailed out to the councillors as promised at this morning's committee. I do want to make mention, though, particularly Councillor Cumming was particularly animated last week and asked 3 questions, and there's one question I think that we should answer here in the chamber because I thought it was quite interesting. So, how often do male koalas kill each other? So, fighting koalas will mainly inflict...
Point of order to you, Councillor Cumming.
I was deeply concerned because there was a photograph shown of koalas fighting, and I'd like to know whether they're fighting to death.
Are you asking, Councillor Cumming, please,
sorry,
you've been here a long time.
Just in
you know
case
what the rules are. Do you want Councillor Marks to answer a question?
Yes,
ask a question?
I don't want her saying it's a silly question given the photograph that was produced.
I take offence that you think it's a silly question. I actually thought it was a very interesting question, hence the reason I'm answering it here in chambers. He's quite right. There was a photograph in the presentation of 2 koalas. It was thought that it could be interpreted one of 3 ways of what the koalas were doing. Let's put it that way. One that's potentially not PG for chambers, one that Councillor Cumming put as... So, no, I think it was a valid question, and I have a very good answer, which is why I thought everyone in the chamber and the wider community would be interested in, because my contribution to the debate was that I had learnt that wombats poo square cubes, so there you go. Anyway, fighting koalas will mainly inflict scratches. However, puncture wounds are possible from bites, and one koala will give up once the other one has asserted dominance. I thought that was pretty cool. And there is a risk that koalas will sustain an injury from falling out of a tree when fighting. So, yeah, apparently drop bears can potentially exist. No, I thought it was a very serious question, and I took your question very seriously and answered it very seriously. I didn't quite hear what that interjection was, sorry, Mr Chair. And I'm happy to leave any debate to the chamber. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Cumming, do you want to make a further contribution? No? No. Councillor Sriranganathan.
Just to say that I think it's really good that we're doing this, and I'd like to see more resource input into this patrol program. I think it's really important that we're keeping an eye on particularly dogs off leash in bushland areas. I did want to note that there's one other council jurisdiction that I won't name, but they use their bushland patrol officers to hassle homeless people who are sleeping in bushland elsewhere in southeast Queensland. So I would hope that we're not doing that here in Brisbane. I don't think we are. But yeah, it's a shame that certain other councils in the region are misusing what should be... No, on that one you're right. Yeah, that this certain other council is doing a very poor job of taking what should be an environmental protection program and using it to hassle homeless people, but I won't speak about that further now. Thank you. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Yes, I agree, Councillor Sriranganathan. I think it's the first time I said your name in full. Council officers, that is not their job in the natural reserve space. They are dealing with issues, and of course our compliance officers are there to deal with issues and complaints as they present themselves, whatever the case may be. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 21st of February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report, the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday 21 February 2023 be adopted. Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. And of course, I think that Brisbane has come alive again, and there have been so many things happening since I addressed the chamber last week. So before moving to the committee report, I'd just like to mention some of those amazing things that are happening across Brisbane. The first thing I attended last week was the Italian Businesswomen's Network, and that was attended by the Italian ambassador and the consul. And I want to thank Natuzzi for hosting that right in the heart of Fortitude Valley. So it was great to see so many amazing Italian businesswomen there, and they sure know how to party. So that was a great event, and something that's held regularly. And I think it's great that the businesswomen do get together and hold that event. I then went the following night to the Brisbane Relief Hub at St Paul's Terrace, and I joined Tenerife Lions, who regularly attend that to provide meals to those who are less fortunate than we are. And one of the sad things, I think, was the number of people that were being serviced there that night. We had 104 takeaways and 30 guests, which I thought was a fantastic way to chat with people about what's going on in the area. So I really encourage anyone who has some spare time, if they would like to be helping at some of those relief hubs. The demand on our volunteers is increasing, and it really is a wonderful thing for people, if they've got some time, to go along and help. I then attended the Valley Chamber of Commerce, their first meet and greet for the year, which was held at a new restaurant down in your area, Mr Chair, called Maggie May. And again, a fantastic fit out and a fantastic opportunity for people to enjoy all that Brisbane has to offer. I had to leave there very quickly to go to the Brisbane Irish Film Festival, and of course that was also a great event, and the Irish are gearing up to St Patrick's Day, so I hope that you'll all be wearing your green and getting out to make sure that we're supporting all of our Irish community. I then went along just on Friday to Fruits with a Twist. That was our Pride network, our Pride Business Network, hold these on a regular basis. Well, there were a few less people there because many had taken the opportunity to go to Sydney for World Pride and, of course, Mardi Gras, but it was still a great event and something that is great to, again, be being held in my ward, which I enjoy going along to. The New Farm Historical Society also met for the first time this year, and they had an interesting discussion with Christina Olsen, who is an author, and I was surprised to find that the event that I went to just last night, Christina Olsen's book has been adapted for the stage by Baloo Creative, and they were the winners of the Lord Mayor's Award for the Best New Australian Work, so for Boy Lost. So Christina Olsen's novel Boy Lost is something that we should all get our hands on and have a look at. Councillor McLaughlin and myself attended the Strikers FC season launch, and again, what a great opportunity to see so many families enjoying one of our lease sites across Brisbane, and it is really what I think Brisbane City Council is all about in terms of supporting families and their children to really enjoy everything that, that these organisations have to offer. Saturday night was Chaplain Watch, Purple and White Gala Ball. Yet again, an organisation that has been established in the Valley for a very long time and is doing amazing work, not only in the Valley now, but across other Safe Night precincts right throughout Queensland. It receives funding from the state government, and they are very grateful for that funding, but the work that they do is really nothing short of amazing, and I know that all of us in this chamber have family and friends who we would just like to know that there is somewhere in these entertainment precincts of someone that's willing to lend a helping hand should they need it. On Sunday, we said farewell to Gina and Chrissy from the Australian Transgender Support Association of Queensland. These two amazing, amazing people have been working with the Australian Transgender Support Association for 30 years, 30 years. And I just think, I know they're not going away, and I know that Councillor Atwood is a very big fan of Gina and Chrissy, as they are of you, Councillor Atwood, and it was, again, a great opportunity to thank these people for 30 years of work. Then I was off to the Brisbane Portrait Prize artist launch, and again, how fantastic is it that Brisbane has its very own Brisbane Portrait Prize. There was a room full of artists that were getting ready to get their paintbrushes out and getting ready to submit their work for the Brisbane Portrait Prize. And as I said previously, last night was the Matilda Awards ceremony. And a big thank you to Jan Irvine and her team for an amazing, amazing event. 35 years the Matilda Awards have been going. We heard stories about the hardship of some of our artists during COVID, but everybody was having a great time, and there were so many very worthy winners and so many very worthy nominees. So I did mention the Lord Mayor's Award for Best New Australian Work, which was Boy Lost, and that was by Baloo Creative, and absolutely thrilled that the Gold Award went to Tom Oliver for the Wynnum Fringe Festival. So I know that through you, Mr Chair, I know that Councillor Cumming would be very pleased to hear that news. Turning to the report, we had a committee presentation on community grants and Funding Finder. Now, I've spoken in the chamber about Funding Finder, and I'm really hoping that all of our councillors are spreading the word to our organisations on this amazing opportunity for our organisations to be able to access grants right across Australia. So we are very proud to access Grant Guru's national online database for grant and funding opportunities for not only community organisations but local businesses and not-for-profit organisations. Council's licence allows Brisbane residents to search the database for free via the Funding Finder portal, and using keywords and filters, users can get targeted results and a weekly email to let them know what might be available. We also talked about the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs Grants program that's available, the community support group, and also the community facility category that of course are open until the 13th of March. Along with that, we heard a little about some of the other amazing grants that we have, but I would encourage everyone to have a look at the presentation which will be online, and I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Is there any further debate? No further debate. We now move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Huang, Finance and City Governance Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday, 21st February 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Huang and seconded by Councillor Atwood that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday, 21 February 2023 be adopted. Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item A of the report is the committee presentation, which was about Live Hire, that's Brisbane City Council's brand new talent community platform. Live Hire is a cloud-based candidate management solution that supplements and complements SAP SuccessFactors, which is Council's current recruitment management system. Council officially launched Live Hire in December 2022 after a successful 5-month trial. Live Hire allows prospective employees to register their details, skills, qualifications, and experience with Council at any time. This will create a talent community which can be assessed by Council to organically source and engage new and existing talent, reducing role vacancies and recruitment times. The platform is user and mobile-friendly and contains reporting and data functions to assist Council in recruiting. We already have had more than 7,000 prospective candidates and existing staff registered on Live Hire, and this is without any external promotion. The next stages of implementation for Live Hire involve proactively promoting the platform via internal and external communication channels and contacting previous applicants to encourage them to join the platform. The presentation was very informative and prompted much discussion from councillors. As local councillors, we often receive inquiries from residents who would like to find out how to work with council. Live Hire means that we can now tell residents to go online and join the talent community so they can be informed of future opportunities. As a result of our discussion in committee, it was agreed to send materials to ward officers to help promote this new platform. I'll leave the rest of the debate to the chamber.
Further debate? No further debate? I'll move the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 6 on the agenda. Councillor Huang, would you please move the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, your microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the notified motion in recognition of the growing population of Southeast Queensland and the increasing traffic pressure being placed on existing schools, roads and residents, Brisbane City Council calls on the Queensland State Government to 1. Purchase land for new state schools to service the growing suburbs, including but not limited to Rochdale, Burbank and Mackenzie. And 2, consult with Brisbane City Council on their plans to expand school capacity and expected student numbers that the surrounding roads infrastructure will need to accommodate.
Seconded. It's been moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor Murphy, that in recognition of the growing population of South East Queensland and the increasing traffic pressure being placed on existing schools, roads and residents, Brisbane City Council calls on the Queensland State Government to 1. Purchase land for new state schools to service growing suburbs, including but not limited to Rochdale, Burbank and Mackenzie, and 2. Consult with Brisbane City Council on the state's plans to expand school capacity and the expected student numbers that the surrounding road infrastructure will need to accommodate. Is there any debate? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in here to move this motion to ask the state to increase school numbers and infrastructure. Mr. Chair, I believe this motion deserves the full support of this council. As a local councillor, I'm confident that every one of us in this chamber must deal with the issue of large volumes of traffic and safety issues daily as the result of an increase in enrolments in our local schools. Mr. Chair, just take my ward as an example. I used to have 2 of the biggest primary schools, McGregor State School and Warrego Road State School, which now belongs to Councillor Marx's ward. These schools were originally designed to cater 600 students at each school, but now they are both well above 1,350 students and increasing because Education Queensland is trying to squeeze more students into these schools. I would also like to take Mansfield State High School, for example, which is in Councillor Murphy's ward, but it is right on the boundary, just on the other side of the Broadwater Road. According to Education Queensland website, the maximum student enrollment capacity was 2,194 students. However, the number of full-time students in Mansfield State High in 2015 was 2,063, but in 2019, the number of enrollment increased to 2,797. And as of 9th of February last year, the student number was an astounding 3,338 students. Mr. Chair, these figures show there is a rapid increase in the number of students in Brisbane, which is the main growth area in our state. But if you look at the Education Queensland website, out of the 21 new schools they built since 2015, there was only 1 in Brisbane. And out of the new 16 schools they planned, there was only 1 in Brisbane, and it is actually scrapped off the plan. Mr. Chair, I'm not against Education Queensland building new schools across the state, but I think it is reasonable to build new schools in the growing area like Rochdale, Mackenzie and Plara. where there is a significant population growth with greater needs for new schools. Mr. Chair, I understand that schools take time to plan and build, and I understand why Education Queensland is expanding the school capacities.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Will Councillor Huang take a quick question?
No.
Oh.
No, Councillor. Sorry. Please continue, Councillor Huang.
So the increase in school capacities also brings issues of traffic congestion and student safety, which impacts our entire community. That is why I think it is reasonable to call on Education Queensland to consult council and local councillors on the traffic and safety impact when they decide to expand the school capacities. Mr. Chair, Brisbane as state's capital city is the main growth area of the state. It is only through proper planning and forward vision that we can best address the increasing demands that come with the growth. The motion before us today is to call on the state government to make up for the missing opportunities and catch up to build the new schools that is urgently needed for our local communities.
Further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the motion, and I guess I should start by saying I think this is really just an excuse to beat up on state Labor. Let's be blunt about it. That's why this motion's been brought here. But to be honest, I kind of agree with the intention of the subject matter of the motion, even if I think the motives are a little bit spurious. So I'll be voting in support of the motion, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about the failure of the state government to plan sustainably for school capacity to match population growth. I would be interested if someone from the LNP, and perhaps Councillor Huang can speak to this in his response if no one else has the courage to get up and speak, but I wonder why it is that the LNP continues to approve new developments above and beyond neighbourhood plan density targets in areas where there isn't sufficient school capacity. So I acknowledge and I agree that this is largely a problem of the state government's creation, in that they are failing to provide enough schooling capacity. They're failing to set up new schools in areas that are experiencing rapid growth. But the council is also very complicit in this, because the council is approving more development in these areas, knowing that no land has been set aside for new school capacity. So I think the council is right to raise concerns about the state government's actions, or lack of action, as it were. But I do also think the Brisbane City Council LNP administration is contributing to this problem, because there are many parts of our city where the council has improved development which is denser or has a higher yield of dwellings than is strictly considered acceptable under the neighbourhood plan or the relevant parts of the city plan. So the council is approving more density and more development in certain areas, and then complaining, oh, there's not enough school capacity. You guys are kind of helping contribute to this problem. And if any LNP councillors want to get up and ask me questions about this or debate what I'm saying, I welcome the discussion, because I would like to understand why it is that the council doesn't push back a little bit more. I presume we have some leverage in these conversations. And I imagine that if the state government is saying to Brisbane City Council, you need to rezone this land for more development because there's more population growth and we need more housing, Brisbane City Council, we're shaking our finger at you because you're not approving more development. Cannot the council simply turn around and say to the state government, look, we'll approve more development if you agree to deliver some schools? I'd like to understand why the LNP administration isn't playing that role and negotiating more assertively with the state government around these density targets and growth targets, because it seems to me that at the moment the council is kind of just rolling over and doing whatever the state government tells it to do. And I think that's quite disappointing, and I think it shows that this administration is not committed to genuinely fighting for long-term sustainable planning. So I share the concerns that many residents are articulating about lack of public infrastructure and public facilities to cater for a growing population. In this motion could equally apply to my ward. We've got rapid population in suburbs like Woolloongabba and Kangaroo Point, and not only are there no plans for new schools in the area, but the state government actually wants to shut down East Brisbane State School, which is pretty ridiculous when you think about it. We've got in Woolloongabba a lot of sites that are zoned for 20-storey high-rises. So Councillor Huang was talking about 1- and 2-storey detached dwelling developments. We're talking about literally dozens of towers popping up across Woolloongabba and Kangaroo Point, all the way up Main Street and all the way down Ipswich Road. We're talking about thousands of residents over the next few years. And the state government has made no provision to provide additional schooling capacity for all those families that will be moving into the inner city. We know that a few years ago, the state government very foolishly assumed that families with kids would not live in new apartments, despite contrary evidence from many other cities around the world. And they failed to provide enough schooling capacity to cater for population growth in West End. This council administration proposed to upzone a lot of the western side of West End for high density development, adding a lot of population growth into the 4101 postcode. That was this LNP dominated council's decision to do that. And the state government supported that and said, oh, it doesn't matter that the school's already at capacity because families with children won't live in apartments. Surprise, surprise, a lot of families with kids did move into those apartments, and West End State School was grossly under capacity, and that's one of the reasons that the Labor Party lost its control over West End, was that they failed to plan for schooling capacity to cater for that population growth. In the end, they had to deliver an expanded West End State School, and they also promised a new high school for the area, and it still wasn't enough to keep up with growth. But they're now making the same mistake in Kangaroo Point, Woolloongabba, and for them to say that as part of the Olympics they're going to shut down East Brisbane State School and force all those families from Kangaroo Point and Woolloongabba and East Brisbane to drive a couple of kilometres away to Cooperoo Secondary College site is pretty ridiculous. We know that other local primary schools like Dutton Park State School, Buranda State School in Councillor Cunningham's ward, etc., these other local primary schools are also at capacity. And the state government is simply assuming that the students who are displaced from East Brisbane State School are going to move into those other schools, even though those other schools are already at capacity. So I think in substance there's a lot to be applauded in this motion. I think Councillor Huang is correct to raise these concerns and to put a bit of pressure on the state government. But as I said, I think that the reason that the LNP are doing this right now is to kind of shift blame onto the Queensland Labor Party while abdicating their share of responsibility for this plan in failure and the failure to provide enough infrastructure facilities to cater for the local area. So I did want to just, in the spirit of bipartisan consensus, or whatever you want to call it, I flag that I'm happy to support this motion, but I would like to move an amendment. And the amendment I'd like to make is that at item 1, after the word Burbank, add a comma, and then Woolloongabba, comma, East Brisbane, so that line will read, purchase land for new state schools to service growing suburbs, including but not limited to Rochedale, Burbank, Woolloongabba, East Brisbane and Mackenzie. So that's my amendment.
Who seconded?
It's, yeah, do you need me to?
If you could provide it in writing for me, just for the file, Councillor.
It's literally 2 words.
I've made a note on that.
It's Woolloongabba, comma, East Brisbane. So I don't think it needs to be emailed through. It's very straightforward.
Moved by Councillor Sri Ranganathan, seconded by Councillor Johnston, that the motion be amended at paragraph at dot point 1. Purchase land for new state schools to service growing suburbs, including but not limited to Rochedale, Burbank, and then the amendment to include Woolloongabba, East Brisbane and Mackenzie. Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks. Yeah, I won't speak on the amendment too much longer, other than to say that that part of the inner south side is experiencing very rapid population growth, and I would appreciate it if other councillors in this chamber acknowledged that growth is happening. I know the LNP Council administration is very concerned about the priority development area declaration that the state government has just announced will be expanded over that part of Woolloongabba. So the state government is going to cram a lot of additional dwellings into that part of the neighbourhood and hasn't planned for schooling capacity at all. I know that a decade from now, councillors and MPs are going to have to be lobbying and arguing about how we cater for the massive increase in school capacity and enrolment demand in this part of Brisbane's inner south side. And I worry that if the council doesn't at least take this up as a cause, that there won't be enough pressure on the state government to plan ahead for that. I know state and federal MPs in my area have certainly been raising concerns about this, but this issue isn't going to go away. It's only going to get more significant over time. So I hope all councillors in this chamber will vote in favour of the amendment, because it simply includes more suburbs that are experiencing rapid growth, and I don't think otherwise contradicts the original intention of the motion.
Further debate on the amendment? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. And look, I totally understand the intent of Councillor Shree's amendment. However, it is very clear in the motion that it is including but not limited to, and I'm sure there is a raft of councillors in this place who would love to add their area. I know I taught at Kenmore High for 14 years. I'm sure Councillor Adam would like to add Kenmore High to the list. I've got Cavendish Road High. This is about schools that are actually growing out of their capacity in the local area and the state doing nothing about it. I think Councillor Shree is more about planning for new schools, which again we agree on. There is no way you can active school travel from Kangaroo Point if the kids are going to have to end up going to Cooperoo. However, accusing us of not being able to do anything or not doing anything in this space, 10 days ago the Woolloongabba became a PDA, and so we literally have no planning rights over that site now at all. Anywhere in that area, privately owned or not. So there is many levers that we do not have to pull that Councillor Sri Ranganathan would love us to pull, but we just don't have the capability. As for Council not following up on doing their work in that area, can I say our active school travel program has been running very successfully now for many years, and in the school in particular that Councillor Wong is talking about at Mansfield State and Mansfield High, we did a corridor upgrade on Ham Road, and then we got the pedestrian refuge expanded to cater for the kids. We got the intersection changed so that it gave longer time for them to cross. We have no left turn for trucks into Broadwater Road. We added a pedestrian refuge so the kids could cross safely, and they're talking about pedestrian crossing lights. I know, I was a local councillor there too. We are doing everything we can do. But when you get over 3,000 people in a school that was built for 1,500, it is not viable. So this is about, yes, planning, not shutting down, buying land, thinking about what you're doing, but speaking to us so we can put it into forward planning. Don't just tell us, oh, day 8 numbers, another 1,000 this year, day 8 numbers, another 500 this year. But with the greatest respect to the intent, Councillor Sri Ranganathan, it does say including these but not limited to, so we won't be supporting the amendment. We think it's covered in the substantive motion.
Further debate on the amendment. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise briefly to speak on this amendment. I think the art of doublespeak is truly alive when it comes to the LNP at this council. This motion today has been brought forward as a stunt, in my view, and Councillor Adams has completely confirmed that with what she's just said. Because the only people that Councillor Adams wants to berate are the Labor Party in George Street.
Point of order.
The only people...
Councillor Johnston, 1 moment, please.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Claim to be misrepresented. Councillor Johnston.
Well, that's what this is doing, forcing the state government to do something. I mean, that's what Councillor Adams is wanting to do here with this motion. And the only people that she wants to benefit from this motion are marginal LNP ward holders.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnston, point of order. Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Claim to be misrepresented. Councillor Johnston.
If this wasn't the case, Councillor Adams would say yes. We recognise that there is an important role for council to play in making sure that primary schools are going into areas where they're needed, well planned, and in fact, in this case, the council itself, i.e. Councillor Adams, the chairperson for the Olympics, is actually supporting the demolition of a school for infrastructure for the Olympics in East Brisbane.
Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. Councillor Johnston.
The LNP Council are publicly on the record of supporting the destruction of East Brisbane State School for the purposes of rebuilding the Gabba. Now, let's...
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Councillor Johnston, point of order. Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented. She's misleading the chamber. We have never supported the demolition of East Brisbane State School.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston. That's 4 claims of misrepresentation.
Is that a point of order?
The point of order was as to misrepresentation, Councillor Johnston. So I've made a note of it. Please continue.
I just thought Councillor Adams might like to take the whole 10 minutes of my speech. Yeah, I can see that, and I think everybody watching can too. This LNP administration supports the destruction of the East Brisbane State School. It's been publicly announced by the state government that they are going to do this. Is there a peep? Is Councillor Adams going to go on the record today and say, I've misrepresented her, and say, no, we want to keep East Brisbane School? Councillor Sriranganathan, through you, Mr Deputy Chairman, have you noticed Councillor Adams down there campaigning to keep the East Brisbane State School? When we had a debate about it in this chamber in here and we discussed the importance of keeping that, did Councillor Adams stand up and say—
Deputy Chair.
Councillor Johnston, point of order.
Deputy Chair, I know you're giving a lot of space here, but like this motion is not about East Brisbane State School. It's not about the state government. I mean, it's no.
Of course it is.
Could I just take out? So, the amendment is to include Woolloongabba and East Brisbane for the purposes of purchasing land for new state schools to service growing suburbs.
Oh, my apologies, Chair.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Johnston.
I think that's 6 interruptions now. I mean, there's a good strategy the LNP have got going. But what I'll say, just to be clear, is that the LNP administration are supporting the destruction of a local school in East Brisbane.
Point of order, Mr Chair. If she continues to tell lies, I will continue to interrupt. Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If we could... So I've noted the claim for misrepresentation. Councillor Johnston, if you could please continue.
I'm sorry. Firstly, Councillor Adams just called me a liar in this place, and Mr Deputy Chairman, that is inappropriate. I've been ejected for doing so. So I'd like you to address the issue of Councillor Adams calling me a liar when I am debating this motion.
Point of order, Mr Chair. I'm sorry, I take that back. She's saying lies. I withdraw that she's a liar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The statement is withdrawn.
And secondly, when I talk about the LNP, I am talking about the political party. Every time someone in the LNP stands up and says, the Labor Party are terrible, the Labor Party are liars, I don't hear you intervening or anybody else intervening. So let me say on the record, the LNP, led by the Deputy Chairman of Brisbane and the Chair of the Olympics, supports the state government's decision to knock down East Brisbane School, to redevelop the Gabba, which is not even part of our proposal to the IOC for the Olympics. Now, the Premier has got this wrong, and I support the retention of East Brisbane State School. But more importantly, what I support is where a motion comes forward that is asking the state government to do something to support a marginal LNP ward holder. I think that if there are other areas in the city that can benefit from new schools, how does it hurt a single person to add them? We know that East Brisbane is going to lose its school, and that East Brisbane and Woolloongabba community won't have a school. The only thing this amendment does is say to the people of this area of Brisbane that the Deputy Mayor is supposed to represent, because she's supposed to have a citywide process in her decision-making, is we hear you, East Brisbane. We want to make sure there is a school for you in your local community. We want to make sure there's a school in the suburbs of Rochdale. We want to make sure there's a school in the suburb of Burbank. We want to make sure there's a school in the suburb of Mackenzie. But according to the Deputy Mayor today, the people and the families of East Brisbane and Woolloongabba don't deserve the same right.
Port of Brisbane, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Apparently one time I'm Deputy Chair, next time I'm not in charge of the LNP, then I am, but that was a misrepresentation.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the Deputy Mayor has stood up today and say she doesn't support this. So that means she is going to vote against adding East Brisbane and Woolloongabba up. And I hear the groans from Councillor Hammond over there. I hear the groans. Why aren't you, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, supporting a school in a community that is not in an LNP ward, but you are supporting schools in LNP wards? Why is that? Could that be its politics? Could it be its politics? I can tell you that the people of East Brisbane and the families of East Brisbane deserve the same attention. They deserve the same support from this council as the people of Mackenzie and Burbank. So I support us raising our voices to the state government to include a school for East Brisbane and Woolloongabba. I think the Deputy Mayor's behaviour, as I've been speaking in this, has been unpleasant and unnecessary, and I am incredibly disappointed that she wants to say somehow this is not something she believes in, because it is. It is. So, Councillor Shree, I seconded your amendment because I think that community deserves to have a school. I'd like them to keep the one they've got, but if someone makes a decision at another level of government to do something, we as a council can stand up and say, hey, we don't think that's right. We think you should make provision for new schools in the inner city, just as this motion, the substantive motion, is saying, hey, we think you should make schools provision for schools in the outer suburbs. But according to the Deputy Mayor today, the LNP does not support that concept. They are opposed to it. So I support it and I'll vote for the amendment.
Deputy Mayor, there were a number.
First one, only want to berate ALP in government. That's not correct. We want to work with them, know where they're buying the schools and plan ahead for the infrastructure that is needed. Number two, only interested in LNP marginal awards. I talked about the wards I know, but I can talk about Corinda State High School, Pollara, West End State School. There's plenty.
Deputy Mayor, just one moment.
Point of order,
Councillor Johnston.
No, I didn't mention the other schools that she's talking about because this motion was not about them. So I haven't misrepresented her. That's obvious from what she is saying. So will you please ensure that the meetings local law is properly enforced, because I didn't say any such things at all in any way, and that is debate, not correcting something that she says I've misrepresented.
Councillor Johnston, I don't support your point of order. The Deputy Mayor was clarifying and providing examples.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, please.
So the point of order was that I'm only talking about LNP marginal awards. False. It says that the LNP administration supports the demolition of the East Brisbane School. False. It says on the record is supporting the demolition of East Brisbane School. False. It says that the LNP supports East Brisbane Demolition School. False. And it says that I don't care about the people in East Brisbane. I made it very clear in my speech that we are very concerned that children in that area are not going to be actively travelling to a school. False.
Further debate on the amendment? No further debate? Councillor Sri Ranganathan, right of reply.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I listened with interest to the Deputy Mayor's commentary, and I don't think her justification for refusing to support the amendment was very sound. It didn't seem logically coherent. The argument that she appeared to be putting forward was that the motion it speaks to the issues in communities that are experiencing growing populations and don't have existing schooling capacity to cater for that growing population. That's exactly the case for East Brisbane and Woolloongabba. So the Deputy Mayor wasn't clearly able to distinguish or explain why Burbank, etc., get mentioned in a motion like this, but East Brisbane and Woolloongabba shouldn't be mentioned. There's no obvious difference between the two scenarios, other than that one group of residents are living in detached houses and another group of residents are living in apartments. The scenario is almost identical. East Brisbane has an existing school that's already at capacity. It's at capacity in part because this council administration has approved so many new developments in the area. That school is running out of room for new new enrolments, and yeah, thank you for that. The Councillor Johnston just passed me a news article from a little while ago, clearly identifying that the Mayor backed the proposal for the Gabba Stadium to be used as a major Olympics venue. But as I was saying, I think sorry? I'll take that into... Ask me a question, Councillor. If you want, I'm happy to engage in dialogue over this. Look, I will say that until this little, I don't know, repartee, whatever you want to call it, in Council just now, I was of the impression that the LNP did support the closing down of East Brisbane State School, and I'm pleased to hear the Deputy Mayor say that that's not correct. But I guess I'd offer the insight that if I, as a local councillor, thought the LNP was supporting the demolition of this school, so do a lot of residents. And although Councillor Johnston was right to say that the school itself is in my ward, most of the catchment is actually in Coorparoo ward. And Councillor Fiona Cunningham right now is in a lot of trouble because residents of East Brisbane, which falls wholly within Coorparoo ward, residents of East Brisbane do not think that Councillor Cunningham is doing a satisfactory job of fighting for their interests and raising concerns about the loss of this school. So through you, Chair, to the Deputy Mayor, I would just highlight that it's not even a Greens ward that's really the subject of this conversation. We're talking about Coorparoo ward, which is currently held by the LNP, but to be honest, I think the Greens will probably win it next council election unless the LNP does step up to the plate and contest what's happening with East Brisbane. The loss of East Brisbane State School is a really sore point of contention for the constituents in Councillor Cunningham's ward. Those people are really disappointed that their local councillor is not fighting for them, and the LNP's refusal to even amend this motion to at least mention or acknowledge those suburbs is only furthering that concern. So I think it's a strategic error on the part of the LNP administration today not to agree to a very simple, straightforward and reasonable amendment to simply add in a few more suburb names. But I would also just say that maybe it's time for the Deputy Mayor or for the Mayor or someone from the LNP to call a press conference and publicly state to the media that you don't support East Brisbane State School being relocated to Coorparoo Secondary College. That would be an easy thing for the Deputy Mayor to do. I know that it's a lot easier for her to get media coverage than it is for the parents of East Brisbane or for random residents of Coorparoo ward. So if Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Adams, etc., are concerned about the loss of East Brisbane State School, and they don't think that students of East Brisbane and Wollongabba should have to drive all the way to Coorparoo Secondary College, then I challenge you to call a press conference, put out a media release and tell that to the general public, because it's all well and good to say that here in the chamber when, to be honest, not many people are really paying close attention. But if you actually don't want to see that school shut down and that whole community losing access to a public primary school, then do the bare minimum of public advocacy and elected representation, call a press conference, put out a media release and state publicly that you don't want to see that school displaced altogether. I think we can both agree that if the Gabba redevelopment goes ahead, we don't necessarily want East Brisbane State School to remain on its current site, but there are other large blocks of land in the surrounding precinct where a school could be delivered.
Councillor Sri Ranganathan, your time has expired.
Thanks.
We will now put the vote for the amendment. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No.
Division.
The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Sri Ranganathan and Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. And clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 2 in favour, 14 against and 3 abstentions.
The noes have it. We will now return to the substantive debate. Further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak in support of this motion. And I think it's very important to just go back over what this motion is actually about. It states it's in recognition of the growing population of South East Queensland and the increasing traffic pressure being placed on existing schools, roads and residents. Brisbane City Council calls on the Queensland State Government to purchase land for new state schools to service the growing suburbs, including but not limited to Rochdale, Burbank and Mackenzie, and to consult with Brisbane City Council on their plans to expand school capacity and the expected student numbers that the surrounding road infrastructure will need to accommodate. Now, I do acknowledge that my colleague, Councillor Huang, has put this motion forward and he has referenced 3 schools that impact in his area. Now, what this motion does, and the reason I rise to support it, is it says including but not limited to. So Councillor Huang has actually put forward a motion that is inclusive of all schools right across our city. And this is very important to me, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, because Polaris State School is one of those schools. And I refer back to a Courier Mail article that was out on the 7th of December 2022. And it actually defines the enrolment figures of Polaris State School and how they, and I'll quote this, how they exploded between 2016 to 2022 with 3 times the number of students. So the expectation of 200 prep students at this school in 2023 is significant because we have to look after these young students. When the school opened in 2016, 7 short years ago, it had 328 students. In August 2022, it had 1,034. Now, in that media article of the 7th of December 2022, an Education Queensland spokeswoman stated that Polara had a maximum enrolment capacity of 1,142 students. I can tell this chamber right here, right now, that that school has already exceeded its maximum enrolment capacity. That is why I stand tonight in support of this motion. It is important that we advocate for our local communities. Now, just going back a little bit, I will go back to the 23rd of September 2008, when the then Labor State Premier Anna Bligh and her government gave the green light to 17 greenfield sites to be developed, and they were asked to be accelerated. So there were 17 sites, but the 4 that were advocated to be moved ahead quickly were Ripley, Caloundra South, Flagstone, and of course the Oxley Wedge, including Heathwood and Polara. So when we actually have a look at the Education Queensland website and see which schools have been identified by the Queensland State Government to get additional infrastructure and new schools, and so that everybody is clear, this is straight off the Queensland Education website. In the 2022-23 state budget, the Queensland ALP government announced 5 more schools for 2025 and 2026 in the fast-growing areas of Caboolture West, Caloundra South, Ripley, Flagstone and Bars Scrub. So that's this is in addition to 11 new schools to cater for growth in 23-24, including Augustine Heights, Ripley, Yarrabilba, Palmview, Bellbird Park, Redland Bay, Park Ridge, Springfield Central, Park Ridge High School, Collingwood Park and a new primary school in Brisbane's Inner West, for which the department is considering. So out of that entire list, there's only one on that list for Brisbane, and I believe that that Inner West one was actually scrapped. So out of all of that budgeting, all of that money, there's nothing for Brisbane, which is the largest local government area in Queensland, and in fact in our nation, 4th largest in the world. But I just want to read something that Minister Grace, the Minister for Education, penned on the 22nd of May 2020. And through you, Mr Deputy Chair, I would just like to quote directly out of this letter. It says, "The Palaszczuk government is committed to ensuring all students, no matter where they live, have access to high-quality learning opportunities within their local communities. The department wishes to retain the ownership of the former Pollara State School site to meet the potential need for a future state school in this community. And the department, in conjunction with the Queensland Schools Planning Reference Committee, is continually monitoring the demand for schools in the area." And it also goes on to say that it was identified that potentially up to 2 new secondary schools may be required in the areas of Inala Richlands and Forest Lake Doolandella by 2031. Additionally, it was acknowledged that the new secondary schools recommended were intended to also support growth in Pollara. So if that is the case, and we are already at capacity at the Pollara State School, why hasn't there been sufficient infrastructure planning, support of what this council has been doing as far as the road improvements, and actually identifying sites and purchasing the sites for these needed facilities? Why has this not been done now? The Pollara State School is already over capacity. So this is why it is important that we do look at these facilities. Now, the council officers have been working diligently behind the scenes with EQ to try to resolve some of these issues that, up until I had to push for a meeting last year and bring people together, it was not happening. So, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, I say that this motion is needed. It is needed to be supported by this chamber. And can I say that there have been comments made that some of this motion was in relation to certain wards being represented by particular sides of this chamber. Well, Pollara and Heathwood were represented between 2016 and 2020 by a Labor councillor. And did we hear anything in this chamber about support for that school in this chamber? No. I cannot recall anything coming out of the former Labor councillor who represented the suburb of Pallara, during 2016 to 2020. I have always been a strong advocate for infrastructure, for the school and for the students having the facilities that they need and deserve. This is a right of families living in that area. So come on, Palaszczuk government, stump up, fund the new high school for Pallara, buy the land, tell the people where it's going to go and sort out the problem properly with the Pallara State School and deal with the traffic and congestion issues that you have caused because you have not funded this in previous budgets like other areas have been funded through those greenfield sites across the state. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've had to stop myself from laughing at the LNP's contribution on this debate and this pathetically political motion that we have brought to the chamber today, moved by a 20-year-old tired old LNP administration. And sure, bring these issues as local issues once you deal with the housing crisis and delivering a housing strategy as promised in 2019, if we want to go back in history. Once you start dealing with the 80,000 tonnes of organic material that gets continued to added to landfill each and every year, adding to dangerous emissions, or dealing with the congestion. We're talking about congestion. Brisbane is now more congested than any point in history, much more congested. Council's roads are much more congested than at any point pre-COVID. So when this LNP administration brings those things to this chamber and talks about solutions to problems within their wheelhouse, then we can take these types of motions seriously. But when you look at their track record, the councillors over there who have spoken on it, who have failed political candidates at a federal level, you start to think perhaps they're going to have a tilt at state politics sometime soon. Now, I've been enjoying today and over the last few weeks, particularly today, the little history lessons we've been getting from Councillor Owen just now and Councillor Murphy earlier today as well. Well, let's have a bit of a history lesson when it comes to education, the provision of public schools and road infrastructure under the government that was led by the mentor of this LNP, Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, and Ryan Murphy's mentor, Campbell Newman. Yes. Now, under the LNP Newman government's 3 years in power, they targeted schools for closure across the state and to sell that land off for development. The LNP has a track record of closing down schools and selling that land to developers. They bulldozed 6 schools. They bulldozed 6 schools in their time in office, and 3 of those schools were in Brisbane. 3 of those schools were in Brisbane: Fortitude Valley State School, Old Yarranlee School near Mount Gravatt, and Nyanda State High School near Salisbury. Now, let's not forget the hit list that the Newman government had. There were 50 other schools that they wanted to reduce to rubble and to carve off sporting fields and reduce the size of those schools and sell them for a profit, their asset sales agenda. And they were pursuing that right up until they were booted from office. So that's the shame that the LNP carry when it comes to education. That's the shame that every one of these LNP councillors should carry every day as well. Now, that LNP government, the Campbell-Newman government, wasn't interested in investing in our kids' futures. They were interested in closing schools down. Councillor Davis, who's not here today, I acknowledge that. We certainly haven't forgotten her role in that government as well. As a senior minister in that government, nothing says child safety as a child safety minister as she was, like closing down schools. The people of Aspley had their say on her back in 2017, and the people of Queensland and broadly across Brisbane had their say on the LNP when it comes to public education back in 2015. Since Labor came to office in 2015, they have invested $10 billion into school infrastructure. $10 billion into school infrastructure. And listening to this rabble of LNP councillors over here today, you would think not 1 cent was invested in school infrastructure. It's been the single biggest school building program this state has ever seen. Unlike the LNP, who the Labor state government replaced, who bulldozed schools. They bulldozed schools, they sacked teachers. That is the LNP's legacy. And there has been 25 new schools open across this state since 2015. Now look on to road infrastructure. We're talking about that as well. The LNP's record when it comes to road infrastructure at a state level, because that's of course what we're talking about here. From 2012 to 2015, they cut $1.6 billion in road and transport funding. $1.6 billion was cut under the LNP's administration at a state level. And that wasn't enough for the king of cuts, Campbell Newman. They sacked 20% of TMR's workforce, and a further 700 road builders got the knife under that state government as well. So 3 years of Campbell Newman and the LNP were devastating for Queensland. The hypocrisy of this motion before us today and quite frankly the stupidity of those opposite is incredible, but it's no longer surprising to the people of Brisbane and to us on this side of the chamber. Now, the councillor who moved this motion, Councillor Huang, left his residents high and dry for a few months to run a failed campaign for the federal seat of Moreton. His brilliant campaign led to a 7% swing to Labor. Thank you very much, Councillor Huang. That says plenty about his advocacy for his community when it comes to the important time of voting. When Councillor Angela Owen abandoned her ward back in 2019 to do the same thing, she granted had a much better result. It was the high watermark, of course, for the LNP here in Queensland. But I suppose that's even more embarrassing for Councillor Huang, given that result back in 2019 for a whole range of reasons. So I guess this motion is seeking to shift the focus away from this LNP administration's failings onto state government issues. It, obviously is signalling to all of us that Councillor Huang has his eyes on a new career path. He did his 10 years in office article a little while ago saying, well, he's got sort of itchy feet now, he wants to move on a bit. He's tested the water at federal politics, had a disastrous result there, so I guess he's going to maybe try out for state politics, size up. Maybe he'll run for mayor one day, who knows. But he's clearly done here. He clearly thinks he's done his time. He clearly thinks he's far more talented than those who sit around him today, and he's got his eyes on bigger prizes. But I know Labor MPs on the south side.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I think we've heard enough political, slanderous rubbish from the Leader of the Opposition. Can you please bring him back to the motion and to the relevance?
Councillor Cassidy, please continue.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. I shall continue. I was actually just about to finish there, but I might keep going now, actually, after that little contribution. But I know Southside Labor MPs would welcome the candidacy of Councillor Huang or Councillor Owen, any of those state seats, because their track record speaks volumes. It speaks absolute volumes. When this administration gets serious about dealing with the issues that our city faces and the people in the suburbs of Brisbane face, whether that's the starving of infrastructure in terms of drainage, whether it's the starving of funding for new footpaths, whether it's the thousands of kilometres of broken and dangerous footpaths in our city, whether it's dealing with the congestion that chokes Brisbane now. Under this LNP administration, Brisbane is the most congested city in Australia. When this administration starts dealing with organic waste reduction, and when this administration delivers the housing strategy that they promised in 2019 and the homelessness strategy they endorsed in May last year, when they start doing those things, we might start to take them seriously, and so will the people of Brisbane. But they are becoming a joke, they are becoming a laughingstock, and many of them won't be around after the next election.
Point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. When I get up on relevance, it's on relevance. Can we get on with the job of what we're here to do, please? It's relevance.
Further debate. Is there any further debate?
Yeah, wow,
Councillor Murphy.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I just rise to speak on this motion, and what a lot of venom coming out of Councillor Cassidy right now, just oozing from his pores. And Chair, you can tell the election's getting near and there's not a lot of confidence on that side of the chamber. The Deputy Leader is leaving, Councillor Cumming is going. I don't know, there might be a few more retirements to come. But on this side of the chamber, we're focused on the future, and we're focused on some of the important work that's in front of us here in the chamber today. Just reflecting quickly, to rebut some of the points that Councillor Cassidy made in his debate. He mentioned, I think, what, 4 schools that the Newman government closed? I remember the Bligh government closed 4 schools in Councillor Cummings' ward alone. I remember Wynnum North State School, Lyndon Hemmond and Wynnum Central. And he's got to run now. Oh, I've got to run. Got an important meeting to make. Well, you know what, Deputy Chair? He might have something important to go to, but I can bet you what, he won't be going and doing any work on policy development, because we have seen nothing from him in his entire career in this chamber when it comes to developing positive policies for our city. But he does plenty of time doing the little hit pieces and, you know, getting the dirt so they can have a crack and getting the talking points from downtown, from George Street, coming in here and talking about it. And yes, we have councillors on this side of the chamber who occasionally do aspire for higher office, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. Councillor Huang, Councillor Owen tried to represent their community on a bigger stage. Well, you know what? At least they could win a pre-selection, Deputy Chair, which Councillor Cassidy will never be able to do in his own area. Now, Chair, I think Councillor Adams actually summed it up perfectly. She gave a really good rundown of the situation, the state of play out in my ward. And I will just touch on some details there. I was really happy to second this motion when Councillor Huang approached me about it, because it's a really good common sense motion that ventilates an issue that is important for some members of this council. And those officers should remember that notice of motion process is available to every councillor in this place. There's 26 of us, 27 if you include the Lord Mayor, and this chamber, anyone can bring a motion to it, move it and second it. Most of the time it's our side responding to motions brought by opposition or independent councillors. This time we just so happened to have brought our own, and we had, you know, a totally disgusting contribution from Councillor Johnson, just raising all these issues, saying all these random things. You know what? You want to move a motion? Move it. You do anyway. You do all the time. If this side wants to move a motion, we're allowed to do that as well, because it raises important issues and it ventilates them with the state government. And this issue of the rapid expansion of state schools in particularly the eastern suburbs is a major issue for my community and for Councillor Huang's community. In the last 10 years, the state government has poured hundreds of millions of dollars into Mansfield State School and Mansfield State High School. During that time, congestion issues have developed very rapidly around the school, with council seeing a sharp rise in the amount of complaints that we receive on traffic and parking issues. These complaints range from residents unable to get into their properties due to vehicles parking in the driveway, illegal U-turns happening across median strips, through to, more alarmingly, people cutting across 2 lanes of traffic to enter the school grounds. And these are all issues that have been documented very well, with lots of pictures, lots of evidence on local Facebook community pages. Council has been taking the feedback of residents on board. We've been actively seeking out solutions. We've been introducing mobile parking enforcement technology. We've been working to change drop-off and pick-up times with the school. We've been reworking the school's traffic management programs, and we've been implementing staggered finish times. Councillor Adams, when she was a local councillor, implemented a range of hard infrastructure solutions in and around the school to try and address these issues. We also recently completed the major upgrade of Newham and Wecker Road, which sees an increased flow of traffic through Mansfield, Wishart and Mount Gravatt, and that enhances active travel safety with new pedestrian and cyclist bridges and enhanced and wider footpaths. And despite all of this, the hazard situation in the roads around Mansfield State School and State High continue to grow. And every week I'm just dreading that there'll be a notification that'll appear on my phone that there has been a child who's very tragically lost their life due to an accident in or around the school. The word hazardous has become synonymous with Ham Road and Broadwater Road, and that's not a good thing in our community. And so what is driving all this? Is it a lack of infrastructure from Brisbane City Councils that we haven't invested enough money in road upgrades? Could it be that? Or could it be some statistics that I'm about to give you? In 2010, Mansfield State High School had 1,500 students. By 2016, it had 2,253 students, a 50% increase. And as of last year, it boasted 3,244 students, which is a 43.9% increase from 2019. Go down the road a little bit. City Point Christian College shares the same local roads as Mansfield State Schools. It's only grown 2.5% since 2011, going from 1,668 students to 1,710 students. Brisbane Adventist College has only grown 15% since 2018. So 2 other schools in the comparative area have grown in line with population growth, but then you have 1 school right in the middle that is exploding in population growth. That's right, since 2010 Mansfield State High has grown by 116% and Mansfield State School by 37%. From across these schools, more than 1,000 students are out of catchment, which means a higher likelihood of car use towards the school. The community around the school believes we need an enrolment cap at both schools, and I've written to the Minister, the Education Minister, Grace, requesting such. She has written back with a very legal argument that it's currently not possible under the Education Brackets General Provisions Act 2006. Well, yeah, cool, it's not possible. We're asking you to change the legislation to make it possible because this growth is unsustainable. It's clear that people are moving in to the Mansfield State School catchment area in order to get their children into that school, and that is causing an outsized growth of enrolments, and that is causing an outsized impact on the infrastructure that we are provisioning. And the worst thing is, if the state had come to us and said, look, you know what, we've got this plan. Mansfield and State High, 2 schools, out of every other school in the state, these are going to be supermassive schools, and they're going to be in your community. Aren't you happy with that? Is that something you support? I would have said, okay, let's go out to the community, let's have a discussion about it. But what's happening is these schools are becoming supermassive schools by stealth. At least with State High, it is at the central. It is a central location. There is a lot of infrastructure to support moving those children in and around that precinct. And there's been an investment in other school campuses in and around that precinct as well to support it. In our area, there is nothing. There is crickets. And there are other locations around Mackenzie, Burbank and Rochdale, which have significant population growth, but are not receiving any kind of investment or forward plan from the state government in terms of new school planning. So I did something, Chair, called the Mansfield Area Traffic Survey. I wrote to residents in Mansfield about what was happening in their community, and I asked them some questions about traffic in and around their community. More than 200 households in the community responded, and 87% of residents said that it isn't fair that the state government invests millions of dollars in new buildings inside the school and yet nothing for them for the local road network. I have nothing against schools growing. In fact, I'm a former student of Mansfield State School, Chair. But no school can just grow exponentially without putting increased pressure on local infrastructure. And residents have recognised this, and they are waking up by the hundreds. And they're getting fed up with being taken for granted by this state government and by the local state member, who is just happy to shovel more and more money into the school and go and cut more ribbons and open new buildings. Meanwhile, the local roads grind to a halt, and there is no talk about a second campus. There's no talk about alleviating that pressure. There's no talk about how we can support other schools. And, you know, the local member, Corinne McMillan, is almost not welcome at some of the other local schools in the community because they see everything that goes on with Mansfield State School, Mansfield State High, and they go, what are we doing wrong? What are our kids doing wrong? What's this community doing wrong? Why can't we get a piece of this largesse? What's going on? And it's created a real inequality in the community that people don't like. That aside from all of the impacts on hard infrastructure. So, you know, that pathetic diatribe from Councillor Cassidy before that this was some kind of political issue, you know, come out and actually have a chat to the PNC at Mansfield. Come and have a chat to my community and see what having a super mega school placed out in the suburbs without infrastructure to support, no train lines, no high frequency buses, see the impact that is having and come back and say the same thing. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Cumming.
Just very briefly, Councillor Murphy slurred the school program that was done some years ago in Wynnum Manly, a terrific program. Some tiny little schools, mainly primary schools, were closed, and a magnificent new primary school with a capacity of about 900 was built. And we've also got a brilliant new high school, and also a lot of upgrading to facilities of all the other state schools around the area. They did a great job, the state government in Wynnum Manly, and Councillor Murphy ought to keep his example somewhere else.
Further debate? No further debate. Councillor Huang, right of reply.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Look, I move this motion because I have a genuine concern about what's happening in my local area, and also to many of my colleagues who has expressed their concern about the increased school size and the issues caused by the increase in student enrollments, both in traffic and also in student safeties. But I must say, I was expecting a full support of this council for this motion, but after I listened to a debate, of course, I think, well, I must commend Councillor Sri Raghunathan. At least his argument makes some sense. And don't be upset because your suburbs not included, because this motion actually says includes, not limited. So they are included. I use those 3 suburbs because, you know, that's the ones I'm familiar with. And of course, I didn't put in Palara because, you know, like, yeah, but it's already included in there. So that's why I moved this motion, because I thought it was a non-political motion, and every council must have the same feel, because I'm sure your communities would have told you, you know, how they feel about increased traffic around the school and how unsafe they feel for their kids to walk around the school during school times. So I was expecting this motion to be, you know, like a non-political and something will be supported. But anyway, well, when I was listening to Councillor Johnston's, you know, speech, I thought, you know, I appreciate she's advocating for Councillor Sri Raghunathan's ward, but you know, my impression was she has no problem in her ward for similar issues. And when I listened to the opposition leader, when he made all these full political attacks and with no substance in his speech, I would assume that these are not the problems for the Labour wards, because they're probably well served by the $10 billion the state government invested in their wards. However, well, from my perspective, I think that people in Brisbane deserve better than, you know, what's happening now. And if the Labour wards are well served by the $10 billion invested by the Palatial Labour government, as the Deputy Chair for Finance, I'll suggest in Lord Mayor's upcoming budget that, you know, money should go to the area that needs more attention, and I think that would be a fair call. So look, I think this is a non-political motion, and I'm sure every councillors would have felt the same feeling and the pressure that the community would have told us that they want us to do something about it. That's why I moved this motion. I appreciate this. Councillor Murphy seconded. I know there are more councillors who like to second, but because I use the examples between our wards, so I approached him to ask him to second this motion. But look, I still hope this motion will be supported by the everyone in this chamber, and because it is a genuine concern to all of us. And I think this council should take a stand and put our position forward to the state government, telling them that we need more investment for new schools in Brisbane.
I'll now put the motion. Those in favour say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Owen and Councillor Huang. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Orderly, please close the bars. Clerks, please read the results.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour. That's all.
The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? No petitions. No? Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? None? General business. Are there any matters of general business? Councillor Adderman.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. Almost 12 months ago, we were about to deliver a free movie at the Bellbarry Pool when the flood hit, causing significant damage and leaving us with no choice but to postpone the event. While disappointing at the time, we were finally able to deliver on that promise to reschedule the event last Sunday night. The pool precinct has well and truly recovered from the flood damage and was looking at its absolute best for this event. Because of workplace health and safety reasons, we had to cap the number of residents and children able to attend. But we sensed when we announced the new date that it was going to be popular and that there was little doubt that those who attended thoroughly enjoyed Sing 2 and the other entertainment and giveaways on the night. A few thank yous. First, thanks to the Bellbarry Pool operator, Just Sports and Fitness, and in particular Jackie Williams for helping us pull together this event. Last year, Just Sport and Fitness had its contract with Council to manage the pool extended, a decision that has been very popular with the local community. Just Sports and Fitness is a company owned by Justin Lemberg, and to those of you familiar with the history of swimming in Australia, as I know the Deputy Mayor is, that name will ring a bell. We're coming to that, Deputy Mayor. Justin was part of the Laurie Lawrence stable that produced many Olympic and Commonwealth Games champions such as Duncan Armstrong, John Seaven, Tracy Wickham and Steve Holland. Justin won bronze in the 400-metre freestyle at the 1984 LA Olympics and remains passionate about the sport. To watch him encouraging young swimmers from the pool deck shows he has the passion of his old mentor, and don't be surprised if some of his charges are in contention to represent Australia at the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane. Second, to the Kenmore Rotary Club who stepped up to do the sausage sizzle. Time and time again, this club epitomises what service to the community is about. And finally, to Sarah in my ward office, who is arguably the event queen of the Western Suburbs. As councillors past and present she has worked for will attest Sarah leaves no stone unturned in ensuring residents leave our events with many happy memories. And this one was no different. Thank you.
Any further general business? Councillor Sri Ranganathan.
Thanks, Chair. Recently, kind of at the request of a few local residents out at Sandgate Way, my office decided to organise a talk under the title of Regenerate Brisbane, looking at coastal flooding and sea level rise. And I just wanted to speak briefly about the issue because the more I researched it and looked into what council had been doing so far, the more concerned I have become that we're not really planning sufficiently for sea level rise. It's not an issue that significantly or directly impacts the inner city quite as much. There are a few low-lying parts of West End and Milton that will be inundated more regularly if sea levels rise as a result of climate change and melting ice caps. But it's primarily an issue for wards closer to the coast, particularly Deagon Ward, but I think also a few of the wards, like Doughboy Ward, for example, where there are some really low-lying areas, and Wynnum Manly as well to some extent. But the concern broadly is just that over many years we've had a lot of development in very low-lying areas. These are areas that might not necessarily be subject to river flooding or creek flooding on a regular basis. So this issue is slightly distinct from the normal concern I raise in this chamber about council continuing to approve developments on flood-prone land. What I'm talking about here is blocks of land and areas that are maybe only a metre above sea level at most, and in particular around the Sandgate and Brighton area, there are quite a few streets and quite a few neighbourhood precincts that are very, very vulnerable to sea level rise. And what I've discovered is that when Brisbane City Council was planning its coastal hazards adaptation strategy a few years ago, they basically took relocation and coastal retreat off the table. They ruled that out of order for discussion, essentially. So council officers were told, look, even if coastal retreat and relocating low-lying neighbourhoods is the best response to climate change and rising sea levels, we don't want you to talk about it. We don't want you to mention it to residents. We don't want you to plan for it. And that's really concerning to me. And I guess I just wanted to speak to that issue here today to place on the record that I think this administration needs to do a better job of planning a more holistic and comprehensive coastal hazards adaptation strategy or a coastal retreat strategy, where we holistically identify the streets and properties that are likely to go underwater as a result of melting ice caps and sea level rise. Which are the streets, which are the homes, which are the properties that are going to be inundated on a daily basis when in coincidence with the high tides? And what are we doing to plan to support those neighbourhoods? There are some very difficult questions that this council administration needs to be answering, questions such as if properties are going to be going underwater every high tide as a result of rising sea levels, does the council compulsorily acquire those properties and force those residents to relocate? Or does the council support those residents to continue to remain living in those low-lying areas and where the increase in costs of road infrastructure maintenance, waste collection, etc., where it gets to the point where we're literally contemplating collecting waste via motorboat rather than by garbage truck because these sites are cut off by rising seas. There's also serious questions to be asked around how much compensation owners should be paid if they do agree to relocate from some of these low-lying areas. We're already seeing the challenges with flood buybacks in suburbs like Rocklea, where no one seems to want to cough up the money to help relocate residents from flood-prone areas. But in areas like Brighton and Sandgate, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of properties that are going to be inundated not once every few years by a serious flood, but once a day or twice a day by the high tides. These are people who in some cases are knowingly moving into fairly expensive beachside properties, knowing that those properties might go underwater in a few years due to climate change. Is it right that they are fully compensated for fairly high property values if they kind of bought into an area knowing that there was a risk? Or should we be saying to those residents, look, you bought into a coastal area, you kind of knew what you were getting into, therefore we're not going to pay you full value for your property? These are difficult questions that this council administration is failing to address. In terms of local responses to climate change, there's a lot we can do in terms of reducing emissions and shifting to renewables, but we also need to be talking about adapting to climate change. And for a city like Brisbane, adaptation first and foremost means planning how we are going to relocate neighbourhoods that are only a few centimetres above sea level. This is, I think, a serious issue in terms of medium-term planning. Best estimates suggest, well, conservative estimates suggest we could be looking at 50 or 60 centimetres of sea level rise by 2050. So 2050 is not that far away. I know some councillors might not be here in this chamber by then, but we're only talking a couple of decades, and by that time we're going to see sea levels rise by over half a metre, which means a lot of low-lying properties along creeks and the river, a lot of low-lying properties along the Sandgate and Brighton foreshore and possibly around the Wynnum and Wynnum coastal frontages are going to be experiencing regular inundation. And through you, Chair, I'm concerned that Council's city planning team is not looking at this closely enough. I presume Councillor Allen is the chair responsible for this. I'm not even entirely sure. There's been so little talk of coastal retreat and coastal adaptation in this chamber. It seems like it's not even on the agenda for this council administration. But through you, Chair, Councillor Allen, it really does need to be on your agenda. There really does need to be a more holistic and comprehensive plan for how we are going to relocate residents that are vulnerable to sea level rise, I would like to see the administration talking about this issue a bit more deeply and seriously. I don't know if any of the LNP councillors really understand the issue or have taken the time to look at some of these maps that show projected sea level rises for our area. There's quite a few councillors in this chamber whose residents will be quite significantly affected by sea level rise as a result of climate change and the melting ice caps. And I'm just kind of worried that by not acting now, we're going to cause a significant problem for future generations in this city. So, you know, I think we all accept now in this chamber that global warming is a reality and that climate change is caused by fossil fuel emissions, but it seems like a lot of councillors in this chamber are still in denial about how significantly climate change and rising seas will directly impact Brisbane. So any councillors in here who are sort of under the age of 50 probably need to be paying a lot of attention to this issue. The councillors who are over the age of 50 probably be dead by the time it becomes a significant problem. I don't think that gives you an excuse not to care about it, though. I think you should still care about this issue, even if you won't be around to experience the negative impacts directly. I'm really worried for future generations in terms of how they're going to grapple with the problem of rising sea levels. And I think a lot of councillors are being quite reckless and naive by not taking this issue more seriously. So please consider introducing, allocate the resources, put the council staff towards it, put some more budget towards it, start planning now which are the neighbourhoods where we're going to have to relocate homes, which are the neighbourhoods where we're going to have to support people to renovate and raise their buildings to higher ground, which are the neighbourhoods where we're going to have to stop resurfacing roads because it's no longer affordable to resurface roads that are getting swamped by the high tide twice a day. We need to have these conversations now and start planning long term rather than acting all surprised a few decades from now when the water's literally lapping at people's doorsteps. Thanks.
Further general business?
Yes.
Councillor Cumming.
Just quickly, I apologise to the chamber. Earlier on the debate about the boardwalk and causeway at Loder Creek, I omitted to put up an argument that I think I'd like to put on the record, and that is in relation to discrimination, the Disability Discrimination Act, that the boardwalk and causeway of Loder Creek is not fit for purpose, does not meet the design requirements for the disabled, and therefore contravenes the Disability Discrimination Act. The Disability Discrimination Act makes it against the law for public places to be inaccessible to people with a disability, including public footpaths and walkways. Every area and facility open to the public should be open and available to people with a disability. That's clearly not the case down there. The causeway contravenes the law in Australia for disability access. There's several locals who are confined to wheelchairs who use the boardwalk and causeway. A person with a disability has a right to have access to places used by the public, and the disability discrimination makes it against the law for public places to be inaccessible to people with a disability, including public footpaths and walkways. So every area and facility that's open to the public should be open and available to people with a disability. So I should put that. I know Councillor Murphy was rather smug with his response, but you know, disability discrimination is a serious issue. And just very briefly on what Councillor Sri, sorry, I've covered the name right. Yes, sorry, said in the lowest lying area of the Wynnum Manly ward is Loder, which is not particularly low, but all the new houses built over the last probably 10 years now have been required to build up a platform before they start building, and also to put the house up very high as well. So none of the new houses have been affected. And it's a question of degree. As we know, global warming is the sea level going to rise by a centimetre a decade or a metre a decade, and it just depends on how quickly it happens, how drastic the consequences could be. But congratulations to the councillor for raising that issue. Thank you.
Any further general business? No further general business? I declare the meeting closed.